Hello. So welcome to this live stream. I'm just configuring the camera. Camera is always up. Okay, so welcome everybody. Welcome. How are you? I'm a bit late, but today, I like to take my time as always. So, how do we? Okay. So I'm here. This is pretty nice. This is pretty. So. Should be very nice. Okay, so slowly, here I am. How are you, everybody? Welcome to this jewelry modeling Saturday session. It's tracking me. Oh. So you know where my face is all the time. I'll have the white spot. Hello, 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 hello. All right. I need a keyboard right here. So we're gonna make a lion. 3D model, Heraldic Lion. Put this up here. Okay, you can see the mic today. Let's straighten this up a bit. Just wait before this is falling down. Some days it's not easy. Today is not an easy day, but here we are. What's going on? What's going on in this world? Okay. All right. Gonna be set up. Okay. Enjoying the show. But I'm not comfortable. I need to know way more. What's going on? Really, what's going on here? Da da da. Up. Okay, that's one. So, hello, hello. Now I need to see the chat. Hello. Okay. So, let's get started in Blender. Let's get Blender started and let's get started in Blender. Okay, this is not comfortable at all. Something is weird. So, almost there. As you always know, my streams, they always start very slowly. That's the fun of it. First they even seem useless, but they're not. Okay, that's a bit better. Okay, we're in Blender. Okay, hello Blender. Goodbye default cube. Let's turn on. Yeah, almost there. Almost there. Okay. So very slowly. Okay, so we're going to make it on the top view. So we're going to model an Heraldic Lion. Okay, so take your time. So this is going to be a tutorial, so let's turn on the screencast keys. Okay. And here we are. So let's add Okay, true. Okay, let me see. Add. Perfect. Reference image. Reference image right here. So the beginning is always very, very slow. I need to find the image. But don't worry, it's part of this, is it? So this is the line. All right, this is the lion we're going to do today. And we're going to... Okay, so obviously we're going to load another image, so slowly. And in the meanwhile, so welcome to the stream, Blender today, Blender modeling. You can call it jewelry modeling if you'd like. Okay, we're going to bring another image. Can I bring, yeah, I think it's here. Here it is. So we're going to bring this lion here. How are you today? Welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining. Bonjour, bienvenue à cette émission aujourd'hui en direct. Hola a todos, bienvenidos a este live stream. Emisión en vivo. Ok, ese es el león. Vamos a mandar acá, león. Obviamente al principio siempre todo muy lento conmigo. But that's way better. Okay, so you need to prepare. So let's prepare. And the image. Okay, so we're going to add another image reference. And this is, where is it? It's this one. Okay, and this one is going to go. Okay, so this is the lion. Let's center the lion. Here we are, 0. Okay, now the size, let's see. It's going to be around 1 centimeter, 1 centimeter big. So you know it's jewelry modeling generally. So that's 10 meters. Okay, so the lion a bit, or 1.212. The exact size doesn't matter now. So around 12 millimeters will be fine. Let's start saving this file because we're slowly starting. So live, where should I go? I should go here. This is the Heraldic Lion ring. It's okay, it's going to be a ring, but today we're just going to make the line. Okay, so it's not too hard, but so I'm going to start. Let's start. I'm going to start with these parts with the claws right there. So let's add a plane. Let's go to edit mode, merge at center. Okay, so we get one vertex. Okay, now I'm going to model the claw here, and I'm going to do this all by parts. And should I? Okay, so here I'm going to close like this, and I'm going to start meshing with quads. Keep using quads. It's always better. Okay, subdivide right here, and okay, let's go to transparency. Now, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to hide this one. Okay, this image, I'm going to add some opacity, change it, 2.3, 35. Okay, so you can see something. That's a bit better. Let's keep in edit mode, and I was saying, let's make quads. Okay, so here we need a subdivision. All right, so when you, here I need to erase this edge. I need to subdivide here. All right, and keeping the quads is important for many modifiers that we are using for like beveling Subdivision surface. Okay, here we have the same phenomena. Let's go to edge mode. Let's remove this. Edges. Okay, and while we are here, I'm going to do some social media for a second. Okay, subdivide here. So, yeah, we use squads. Here are the normals to the outside. Everybody's gray the same. Okay, so I'm mostly going to do mesh modeling today. I might use some Bezier curves. We'll see. Okay, this is a bit bigger here. All right, so that's the claw. Let's make it right here. Okay, so we're going to make this lion today. Let me just promote. Let me promote the stream. So let me go to Twitter. So thanks for your patience. Welcome to the stream. I need to do some social media just right now. Okay, so this is the lion. I need the link. Do you have the link to the stream? Please, live streaming right there. I want the link. Okay, here. 3D modeling Blender in Blender. 3D modeling in Blender. Live. Now I need some hashtags. Let's go to Instagram. So please just have a little bit of patience because I'm going to do some social media. And jewelry modeling. It should be this one. This is great. Okay, here we are. Because many people don't have the notifications turned on, so I'm going to go to YouTube community. I'm going to go to LinkedIn, even Instagram, and make the posts about this live stream. It takes me just a couple of seconds. Here we are. Hello, welcome. Yes, we're live. So we're making that line. We are now LinkedIn. Let's go to YouTube community right here. Let's add an image. Let's write this one. Here we are. Up, up. Okay, Twitter is done. YouTube community is done. Still need Facebook and LinkedIn. As crazy as it seems, let's do this on a lot of social media. Here we are. The company now. Let's close this. Let's open that. So welcome to the stream. So today it's 3D modeling and Heraldic Lion. So heraldics are part of a very big tradition of family crests. So there are very specific symbols and visuals and names and shape of the letters and shape of the animals that are used in heraldic tradition for family crests. So this one is for a ring. It's a man's ring. Okay, this is done. This is done, and this is done. This is done. Just one more, almost there. Hey, hello. Sí, es un... bueno, es que no es específicamente holandés. El heráldico, bueno, sí viene de Europa. Exactamente no sé de dónde, pero yo diría que es más de origen alemán. Pero en sí es muy antiguo. Son maneras de representar los escudos de familias. Entonces, no son a fuerza muy realistas. De hecho, no son ni a fuerza ni muy bonitos. Y se hacen bastante feos. Este león está bastante bien. Tienen suerte. Esa familia tuvo suerte, ¿eh? Hay que saberlo, porque muchas representaciones de plantas o animales o castillos
o cosas, incluso nombres, las letras son muy... Sí, bueno, ese es un ejemplo de... las águilas también o los osos también suelen tener las lenguas hacia afuera. Que bueno, parece más de una banda de rock o de algo chistoso, medio raro. O sea, es una combinación muy extraña porque el león, pues tiene una posición bastante fuerte, agresiva, macho alfa, ¿no? O sea, que uno quiere la fuerza de su familia y todo eso. Y es muy patriarcal, obviamente, el heráldico. Entonces, eso lo tienen bien, pero tiene la lengua que sale, ¿no? Y sí, es realmente algo, quién sabe de dónde vino y por qué se hizo así. Pero es una tradición tan anclada en los siglos, porque tiene siglos y siglos, que se hacen emblemas, escudos de familias, que... camera feed is down. Oh, the camera feed is down already. Okay, well, I'm going to remove the camera feed because it doesn't work. The camera doesn't want to configure properly. It always shuts down by itself. So thanks for mentioning. So no camera. It's easier. You don't need to see me that much. Okay, so I was still going to make this Facebook here, and we can start modeling right about now. Okay, so here we are. Well, thanks for joining. We're going to be modeling this line. We started just by the claw right down there. One publication to go. We're done. Let's go. Here we are. Okay. So, thanks. Welcome to the stream. Bienvenue. Bonjour. Hola a todos, todas. Y vamos a modelar aquí en Blender. So, let's keep modeling. So, I have this. And I'm going to start making the volume. So, let's go, how much? Let's go 0.30. Let's go to 0.3. Okay, so I have this now. Here I'm going to close. So I'm going to extrude here, and I'm going to close as a quad right there. And now I'm going to make the floor. So let's select the surroundings right there, and let's go at the -4, and let's close this with F. So I have this. So this is a very basic mesh, but here I'm going to go basically to bevel and then to subdivision surface. So I have this. Here I have a disadvantage on the lower side, so I'm going to show you why I have this. And I'm going to correct it right away. So instead of doing this like that, I'm going to raise these vertices, erase this. I'm going to take everything and I'm going to extrude on the z-axis. I'm going to do 2 levels. Now I scale on z to 0 there, and now I extrude again. So now I have this. That's a cleaner topology, and that's a very clean topology. Let's go to 3 with the subdivision surface. Now here, let us see if we can. Okay. So if you have ugly corners, remember it's always because distance to the vertices are okay, and there's something very weird with this. Let's do it again. On the because the z-axis was not okay. Scale on 0, level this, and let's do it again. Okay, this is clear. Okay, thank you. So now I'm just going to shape and clean the shape. So I need the X-rays to do that. Okay. I want smooth. I want smooth shapes. So it all depends on the distance. Sometimes you can't get what you want. Don't be too, okay, this is pretty nice. There we go. Just this. So let's keep it very simple. And this is going to be flow 001. And let's go back to the chat. Okay. Thanks. Here. Okay, now I'm going to make a new collection. It's going to be called the Lion. And let's move this right there. Okay, let's simply copy this because it's always the same claw. Okay, and here, okay, here I'm going to shape it slightly differently. It's a bit smaller, but not on the z-axis. Beware, you keep one on the z-axis. That means that I'm keeping the thickness always the same or as much, well, yeah, always keep the thickness the same level. Okay, so that's pretty good. So these are the claws. Now what I'm going to do is that we have like the fingers or the paws of the feet. And I'm going to do this exactly the same way. So what I can do is copy this. I'm going to keep just one vertex. So invert selection, delete the rest. Here we are. And I'm going to make the shape of the fingers. Pause. And let's go like this. So the advantage of copying the first object and erasing everything is that I already have the modifiers coming with me, coming along. Okay, now here, let's do it like this. So you can mesh through the middle. Okay, here I need a quad, so I've subdivided this one. And this. So once you've found the amount of vertices that you need for a design, you're good. And here we are. Okay, so here I can extrude this. Extrude. Okay. So always keeping quads. So meshing is generally fun. And there are not many ways to speed this up. So here it's a bit easier because I know exactly what I need to model. So it's not much on the creative side. That's why I can make this in a more relaxed way. Okay, here we have two, so we need one subdivision here. So we take this one, subdivide, and we get 4 vertices. Here we are. So like I always say, the beginning is always very boring. But that's how it goes. Here we are, 4F. So A, the normals to the outside. No. And flip. So here there's one face. This face has no face. Delete this edge, goodbye the edge. We take the vertices right there and close this one. Okay. Do we have? Nope. There's another mistake here. Let's take this edge. Edge goodbye. 4 of you. Thank you. So I have this now. A and extrude again. So this one must be higher than the claw. Okay, now that I'm here, let's start lowering the edges, the contour, the surrounding vertices to make this a lot rounder. And it might be enough already. Now, we're going to lower this to make the front part very pretty. This, that's really nice. Okay, so welcome to the stream. Today I'm making a famous Heraldic Lion. So here let's start shaping this so it gets rounder. Pretty nice. So that's the line. If you just, this is what we're going to do today. So this is mesh modeling. I'm not going to sculpt. For precision, well, if I need to sculpt, I will sculpt. Maybe I will have to sculpt. But when the shapes are very specific, generally you don't even need to sculpt. I love sculpting in Blender. I do sculpt quite a lot in Blender. When you No, it's really when I extrude to make the quad grid, just go ahead. If they're then you can see if they're missing, you just subdivide. If you have too many, you just remove one. There's the number of vertices I'm using is so low that really I cannot. You don't need to worry about how many you're using. Just make the shape pretty, and then yep. Yeah, it's way easier. You can never really know the amount that you're going to need right away. So don't worry counting. I don't even know how many vertices I have. I just know that the amount is low. Okay, this is pretty nice. So now something important. I'm modeling jewelry. So when you're modeling jewelry, you need to exaggerate as much as you can the volumes. Well, it depends on the client, but this client loves things really, really deep. The contrast, well, it can't be that flat. Okay, so what I need to do for this client specifically is that I need the shapes to be more pronounced. So I need to exaggerate a bit on some aspects. I tend to forget that, and the client always complains. It's like, and then I need to take another couple of hours making the model. Okay, so this is very nice. This is a finger. So let's close this. Close finger. I'm gonna call this finger because I don't know how it's called. Okay, and now, well, basically I have this repeating. So it repeats here and there, and actually it repeats 3 times here. Now, the only problem or thing that I need to change is that this one needs to be higher than the first one. So let me take this intro level. So that's why I need at least 3 levels. So I can top. Okay, this one is the highest one because it's the closest to us. So it goes like this. So here I'm not going to, well, let's see. Okay, now what I need to do here is to level some parts. Let me see. Okay, I'm going to keep this even higher. So now that's not so nice, but what we're going to do, so I'm going to hide this for a second. I'm going to make, now let's go directly to the leg, or in parts. Okay, edit mode. Delete that, and let's start. I'm going to make this part. Don't worry about the hairs right there. Something important here is that we can make things separately. Okay, so I'm going to make this part. And okay. So I'm going to make the elements in different parts. So the reference image don't necessarily tell you where to start the different parts. That's more about experience than in preferences. Yeah, here now. This guy, this. So here we have 4 and 4. This is perfect right away. Now here I need this. What happened there? If one vertex goes far away, let's copy the Z position of the other vertices. Back to this one here. Save this. Right. Now, let me, so I have this. Now I'm going to use this to join these parts. Okay, I have that. I'm going to make this rounder right away. So here, let's take object transfer modifiers, and this is better. Okay, I have this. I'm going to use this to join the claws in a prettier way if possible. So heraldic representations are very special designs because they're based on the tradition, not on realism. So they always look very typical, but for nowadays aesthetic, they're quite funny. Okay, so here I'm not going to go that far. Okay. I might erase. Right. Okay, let's go to proportional editing. Let's take this one. Let's turn a bit here. Now, like that, but so here it's going to work pretty well. So here I'm deciding where I'm going to join this is pretty nice. It's going to work pretty good. It should work pretty nice. Here. And this is for 3D printing, so it's also specific to the technology. There are many things that I can do here that you can't do in other industries, let's say. Okay, it's starting to be pretty good. Okay, and sometimes I keep these lines as I make the line sharp, so it gives a certain style to the design, especially in jewelry. We sometimes prefer sharp edges. Okay, here we can't get, okay, this one. Like this one and this one. Obviously, I'll tweak all of that a bit later. So it's starting to work pretty nice in joining that part. Okay, that's pretty nice. So even the style, general style of the design is starting to come to resolve itself, and it's pretty nice. Yeah, this is exactly what I wanted. So I have all the levels. This one could even be a bit lower. Let's try with the proportional editing on the z-axis. Yeah. That's really nice. So we have the 3 levels clearly marked. Okay, here I need this to be a lot. Okay, sorry. No proportional editing. I almost always forget to turn it off. All right. Now, just the details here and there. That's pretty nice. Okay, I love the way it goes down there. Okay, that's following that. Super nice. And now I need to decide where to put this, here or there. Here. So we have that. Well, we'll see that later. This is pretty nice, pretty nice. So I want this edge to be sharp, so I need to have more distance between these vertices. And come again here, and this needs to be fine. Okay, so for now I have this. So that's one part of the leg. Now, basically, yep, I can take these objects and copy them and readapt the position, because that's how heraldic works. It's always the same elements, the same way to represent an animal or a plant or something. Always the same way, always with the same elements. Okay, so here what I'm going to do is adapt. The position of the claws are already good. What I need to do is adapt this part. So I'm going to try to use proportional editing and yeah, I'm going to put it here. It's going to be easier. And now I'm going to adapt this to this specific part. But the difference between the legs and the claws are almost zero. Almost zero. Okay, I can take all of this. Well, actually, let's take all of this and that. Then we have some some hair. I'm going to do them as busy curves or meshes maybe. We'll see about that. Let's see about that. So now here I need to adapt. Oh, nice. Okay, I have that. So here is an SY0. I'm going to level everybody here. And that's pretty nice. I need to put this here. So question is, why is this one breaking like that? That's weird. Why is that one breaking here? Huh. There's something I need to check. Here I need merge by distance. There's something wrong, I think. Yeah, the word duplicated. That's a bit better. Now, still wondering, okay, the distance, that's the problem here, the distance. Okay. So it's not breaking anymore. The only question is how far should I bring this? Okay, that's trying to be pretty good. But this goes higher. Sorry, let's follow the drawing a bit. Okay, okay, that's nice. Okay, okay, okay. So. This. Okay, so now I'm going to use something similar here. Copy that. So basically the position, well, here the rotation of the claws is almost the same. Just this one may be a bit lower here. This one also maybe there. Basically, it's the same. And that's because Heraldic works like that. Okay. Now here I'm going to adapt. So this is higher. So let me adapt this shape. Great. And this one goes a lot. So it's that. Bring them here. Now here, there's something I like pretty much, but I need to cut. I need another cut. Here in the drawing, there's the shape of the biceps of the muscle of the lion. Well, they don't have. Do they have biceps? I don't think so. I'm no specialist about the body parts, the name parts of the body of the lion. But let's call it the biceps. So here I need a subdivision. So I'm going to make another cut here. And this is the advantage of having quads. You can make very nice loop cuts whenever you need and wherever you need and whenever. So it's one of the big advantages of keeping. So if you're making mesh modeling, you very probably heard that always use quads, always use quads. Well, yes, you should mostly use quads. Because otherwise, you can't make loop cuts. And if you can't make loop cuts, you won't be able to model properly. Okay, this is very nice. So here now we have the biceps shape, and I need to adapt something here there. Okay, now I just need to see why. Okay, the distance. Okay, so here I need, okay, perfect. I don't want to come over the claw. Here I'm going to go higher. So what do you have here? Let's rotate this right here and there. So that's one of the rare technical rules that I do use and recommend at any level. Doesn't matter if you're a beginner or a very advanced modeler, keep using quads. In mesh modeling, if you want precision and if you want to be able to adapt your shapes as you want, as you go, if you don't have quads, you'll have to readapt the topology to quads anyway. So when I first started modeling, I had no specific reason to use quads or twists, triangles or squares or pentagonal faces or whatever. But then when you, in many groups or forums on social media, etc., sooner or later, you are going to find somebody saying to somebody else, use quads, use quads. So sometimes they do that as a meme or as a joke, because sometimes it doesn't matter that much. But when it comes to precise, what we can call this CAD modeling, mesh modeling, you are going to need quads. And the reason is mostly in Blender is most modifiers behave better when you have a quad topology, like bevels, like subdivision surface, especially if you don't have nice quad divisions. It's going to work, but it's not going to give you these very clean shapes. And for heraldic or jewelry modeling, in this case, heraldic modeling, jewelry modeling, you want to have a lot of control over your edges and shape. And for that, you need quads. And well, basically, it's not that hard to keep quads and to work with quads all the time. So when you model a lot and many different things, you very quickly understand that it's not a joke, it's not a meme. Depends what you're modeling and what field you're working. But by example here, for this type of organic shape, you are going to need quads. Okay, so this one is good. I need this one. So I'm going to take this one and chip D. Okay, so this is already the third, the fourth, the last. And see, the position of the claws changes almost nothing. Just the leg needs to be adapted. All right, so let's go here. And here I'm going to make the same bicep shape. So I don't know if maybe I'm going to take other mesh. Am I? Okay. So then if you have quads, you are going to be a lot faster. So now, yes, it's about speed also. It's about speed also. Because here I can adapt the shape with very low geometry, in fact. And I get the shape I want. I wanted this biceps again, or yeah, this round shape there on the leg, and I have it already. Okay, so this is pretty nice. So now the question is, am I going to, yeah, I'm going to. So now I'm going to continue modeling the rest of the leg, extruding. So when the turn is very strong, I better have enough vertices. Yeah, this is nice. Okay. That's pretty nice. And then we'll do the hair, because this client is a very good client, you know, and his clients wants very precise designs. So obviously I'm going to add the hair. So here I'm going to make the leg by extruding. Okay, here I'm going to rotate already from this part here. And here we are. So I'm going to make all the details of this line. Okay. It's pretty nice. And what I like, even after decades of modeling, is that they're still asking me new things. It's the first time that I really have to make a heraldic lion. Heraldic lion. Most of the time I need to make lions, but the head of the lion, you know. So lion heads I've modeled quite a few over the last years. Okay, so here we are going to extrude, but it's the first time that it's specifically an heraldic lion. So that's fun. Yep, not duplicate. Here, let's save this, extrude. So we're almost there. Are we almost there? Yes, we're almost there. So the leg, this leg is going to go. Let's see if I can get, yes, I can get the round shape of the knee. Lions do have knees. Yes, that one I'm sure. They do have knees. Oops. Here I need to preserve the distance. So let's move there. Okay. This is pretty funny. Let's see if I can make this part here and this one there. Okay, I'm going to make a division right here. So beware, sometimes when you make a new loop cut, the result is worse than expected. You know, you see how the geometry breaks. That's because of the subdivision surface modifier. It's just because the distance between the overall vertices varies, that the subdivision is not making the same geometry. So sometimes one vertex moving very, very slightly and your edges break all over the design of that mesh. That's because of the modifier. Okay, I have this. Is pretty nice. This is pretty nice. Now question is, I think, okay, see that line here, that sharp edge? I'm going to try to keep it a bit further, then it's smooth out, which is pretty nice when ending the leg, but not too early, not too early. Well, then we'll see. So here also I can vary the Z position. Well, we'll see. That's more an overall design question. Are we going here and there? Let me see. I don't know, and see here. This is because of this or that. So I can vary the Z position when needed to smooth out. But okay, so this one was a bit better earlier. Okay, let's keep it like that for now. So this is one leg, but now I need this leg, and it means that this one needs to be lower, or this one needs to be higher. So what I'm going to do is model this leg now exactly the same way. So what I love about so many people think that you need a lot of tools, no matter what 3D software. The common idea is that you need a lot of tools to make complex modeling. That's not true at all. And that's why I love making live streams, so people can see that in fact you don't need many tools and you don't need very complex techniques. That's not how it works. And scale this, but not on Z. There we go. And that's what I want people to understand, that generally you've been lied to, that you need a lot of add-ons and things like that and whatsoever. That's not true. You need to be clever about the tools you have. Work smarter, not harder. And that's exactly how it goes. So obviously you need to train. You need to train that specific workflow. And that's why I choose Blender. I choose Blender after testing many different softwares, and also the story because I was teaching jewelry, 3D jewelry modeling, and suddenly I needed an accessible software for my students. So I've searched and I search. I use ArtCam, FreeCam, IronCAD, Rhino, Matrix Gold, etc., etc. I worked with 3D design for 12 years, more or less, as an expert instructor. And the problem was that I needed a software, 3D software that my students could afford. So I started testing many softwares, and what I enjoyed right away in Blender is that all the default tools are very efficient. So with the normal set of meshes and modifiers and all of that, I can assure you, you can create the most complex jewelry designs just as in very expensive softwares. And I know that because I tested that and I came to the conclusion that the best option for my students and for my job was to use Blender. So I'm not here because I couldn't use other softwares. On the contrary, I still am a famous tree design. So tree design is a French software, a French jewelry software, and it's one of the best jewelry software, and the price is correct, but the price is very high for most people. Okay, so I have the second leg right there, and it's over the other one. So now here I'm going to, what I'm going to do, I need, I want the sharp edge to come as far as possible and right there. So I'm here because I worked already with other softwares and I know the global situation about many things in the modeling industry, basically. No matter what software you're using. Okay, here, this is too square. Okay, so Blender has all the necessary tools out of the box. And okay, and you can see that. You can see that right away. Okay, this is great, 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 great. So now here I'm going to just go a bit further. I'm going to extend this arm or leg, but let me call it the arm for today because why not? And then the body of the lion, because then I'm going to make the body and then the tail and then the upper body and then the head and the tongue and all of that. It's pretty nice. Okay, so here I'm just extending this leg a bit. Extrude. Scale, but not on Z. There. Okay. So I'm going to extend slightly this so the body then can come on top of that. And I'm going to do the same here. This leg needs to go a bit further. Okay, so here I have a mess of a shape and I need to adapt this. Okay, so here I don't have enough okay, so here I need to adapt this. Whew. No, not this. This one. I need more topology here. I need more geometry right here. Because there's this intermediate level. Okay. All right, let's adapt this again. Okay, who's who? This is pretty funny. Oh. So that's what I was saying. I need. Let's rejoin everybody there. So these are the lower vertices. Okay, and I'm going to go further. So this needs to join. Okay. This is great. Distance. Okay, that's better. And like I said, I need more geometry because I want this part to be round. And then it needs to come back. there's another round shape. So this side should be rounder. This one goes there. Okay. Okay. So, but here, that part is not round enough. So, okay, something like that. Okay, so when a part doesn't want to smooth out, is that you need more geometry. Very simple. So it means that I need to cut right there. Now it should come out rounder. There you go. Okay, so let's cut. This is pretty nice. And maybe this a bit further away, like this. That part I don't like much yet. So am I going to lower this? Yes, I'm going to lower this. That's better. Okay, there. Okay. Okay. Okay, now I need to extrude for the rest. Okay, so here, not too far, because this comes down here very quickly. Okay, perfect. Now I can extrude and make the rest of the leg as intended earlier. Here, and one extrusion more here. All right. And the biceps, like I said. Okay, that's a bit nicer. And yeah, that's pretty nice. Okay, we have that. Just something weird here. Okay, when this goes reset on the z-axis, and it's good. So we have all the legs, all the claws, all the fingers. Looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. Okay, what I'm going to adapt is the rotation of this. There, the way that claws overlap each other or not. Okay, we're going to adapt that. Or even turn the claw needed. Okay, that's pretty nice there. Let's adapt this one down there. Down here, all right. Okay, so now we need to make the body. So I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to adapt it as much as possible here. So let's go to proportional editing. So that's going to be the body mainly. Now here I need to readapt this. What I don't know for now is how many body parts I'm going to make. I will see. Okay, proportional editing right there. A smaller circle right there. Now, this guy, that guy here. Nope. So let's go without proportional editing. Are we? Maybe. Yeah. Let's adapt here little by little. There are not that many vertices, so I don't worry that much. So keep, okay, there you go. Huh. Oh, that's correct. Goes there. We'll see about that a bit later. Okay. So here I don't need that much. Then we have the hairs to do. It's going to be fun. Okay, what do we have here? We need to take the top level and do an SZ0 to level everybody like that. Thank you. Now, so if you want the sharp edge like I do, because I want that edge to be sharp, you need to find the distance between the vertices that maintains that edge, all right? Then these are the lower, the vertices that are under there. Don't matter that much. They do matter, but don't matter that much. Okay, so we have that. Question is, am I going to keep this is like the belly? Then I need to extrude the middle part. Okay, so what I see is that this needs to be on top of the legs. So I'm going to take this and that higher here. Pretty good. So we're gonna have this. For now we have this. Pretty nice. So this model, well, this lion is not that easy to model. And when you first look at it, you think it's pretty complex, but I'm showing the fact that it depends a lot on how you see the different parts of an element. Okay. And the way you deconstruct something into different elements it starts to simplify very complex objects into simpler objects that you can repeat, that you can reuse. And it simplifies the entire modeling process. And it makes very complex shapes easier to achieve. So that removes a lot of stress and you start enjoying the modeling process a lot more. And that's why it's always nice to see other people modeling. I mostly learned watching live streams on Twitch, by example. I could stream on Twitch, basically. I should, maybe. Okay, so I watch mostly character modeling artists, and not only the famous ones, also beginners. And that's when you can compare your technique with their technique, and you can find that there are more efficient techniques than others. And it's in the way of simplifying the elements that you will find the biggest difference. Okay, but now I need to make the lower body. So what I can do is erase this. Okay, this part, let's erase this one. Now here I need to just change the position slightly to follow the belly. Okay, here. So from here I can extrude. And I'm going to go till here. Okay, here, but not on Z. And then we'll have the tail. Okay, so sometimes I do these type of designs using sculpting, but this design, the heraldic design, is not that organic. In fact, it's more rationalized way of representing elements. And we could say that it's a more mathematical way of drawing things. That's a bit how heraldic works. Okay, so then this needs to be higher. Or wait, this needs to be lower. Now I know that I need to lower this at least here. Okay, one level. That's pretty nice. But not this one. So I'm going to try to keep this one higher. Yeah. Here, that one smooth out. That's pretty nice. The entry of the leg into the lower part of the body. Okay, so we have. Okay, so here I'm just going to adapt slightly. Who's that? Okay, that's pretty nice. Ah, okay. So here there's another okay, let's I need a cut right there. There's the corner right here. It looks pretty nice, and that makes the chest of the lion. So let me mark that position stronger like this, and that's going to be pretty nice. Yeah, like that. So very important. These are very specific details, and heraldic is much about that. These very specific details of the tradition of the heraldics, and it's good to keep it. Okay, here I'm going to adapt, maybe there. Yeah. So I'm going to lower this. Am I going to lower this? Nope. How far do I need to go? How far do I need to go? Will I mark? I might mark. I might. Let's try. That's pretty nice. Okay. Is that working? Are we going to keep this? Maybe. So let me lower this. This is an intent. This is just me checking the different solutions that I can get for the aesthetic of that specific part of the body. Is it? Okay, no. I'm going to keep it flat. So LZ0. 0. Now let's check the distances again. You have the edge. Okay, that's mostly what we want for the edge. Okay. Okay, that's smoother. That's a bit nicer. Now let me try. Okay, this is too far, I would say. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is make this part smoother. There. Okay, something like that. So now we need the tail, we need the hairs on the legs, we need the upper part of the body, we need the head. That's where it becomes interesting. Now, so if you're joining the stream right now, we're modeling a heraldic lion. So heraldic is a very old European tradition of family crests. So the elements have a very specific aesthetic. You might like it or not, but that's how it is, and it never changes. Never change a heraldic design. That's a tradition. It looks funny, like we were watching observing at the beginning. They always have the tongue out, be it bears, eagles, lions. That's the way it is. The tongue is obviously way too long, and the head is way too small for a lion, but That's how it goes. That's why this is specifically a heraldic lion and not just any lion. This is for a family crest ring, and it has lions. Well, the client requested lions, and this is the reference image from the client. Okay, so there's nothing to invent right here. So now let me do the chest. So the chests, and for that I'm going to hide this first, hide that, and let me take this as a copy. Okay, so here I could adapt this part. Yeah, I can adapt this part. So like I said, the hairs I'm going to do later. For now I'm just making the shapes, the main shapes. So we're not in the details just yet. We might, okay, so let's extrude this. We might get there pretty soon, but not there just yet. Okay. Okay, this has to be higher than that. Then obviously the hairs are going to cover and make the transitions between the different parts. That's a pretty clever way of sculpting things. Okay, we have this. Now, this is too short. Okay, the ending here I need to close. Sorry. So I'm going to close by hand because I need this. Well, should be enough. Close this. Okay, let's lower this. Here we go. And let's go further in. There you go. That's pretty good. So this is pretty simple for now. Nothing too hard, nothing too complex here. Just gotta find a position for distance between the vertices. Okay, we have this. I'm going to keep that in there. So I can't go too far or we lose. This is pretty weird. Okay, let's take everybody here as 0. Is that correct? Yeah, it's pretty good. Just there. All right. Okay, here we have some bad corners. There's one position here. Then who is who here? That's weird. Okay, great. So we have this. still have one corner here. I don't want this corner to be... but that's nice. So the leg, now this and that. Here we have some weird... Okay, that's good. Now this needs to be higher than that. That's, yeah, this is pretty good. But here, okay, now here, no. Here I need to go under. Let's see if I can do that smoothly without adding more geometry. So far, so good. Okay. Are we good? So like I said, then we'll have the hair making the transition between the parts of the body, the connection between the body and the legs. That's based on the hairs, which is like the most realistic part of this design, is that here. So okay, we have that. So let's start naming. This is body. This is well, let's call it body upper. There you go. Very nice. And this is leg 001. Leg 002. What? Leg 003 and leg 004. Naming things. Okay, now the tail. So now the tail, I'm going to do it differently. I'm going to use a curve. So add curve, basic curve. Because anyway, the hair in general, I'm going to use the same technique. So we need to draw this. So let's prepare at once. Let's prepare at once. Save. Okay, we have this. Now we add a curve, busy circle. Now here I'm going to create some subdivision here. And let's scale this here. Now let's make this like that. Now let's make this smaller. Somewhere here. That's pretty nice. Okay, individual origins and scale down. Here, that's a trick to make. Okay, median point again. And okay, so that's the profile. 001. Great. This is the tail. Now this is going to bevel. The resolution is what, 45 here. And it's going to bevel. So geometry, bevel object, and it's profile. Felt caps, yes sir. Now it's all about the mean radius. Okay, so this one's going to be a bit bigger. And now it's all about adapting. Okay, so here I'm going to make a subdivision because this part is suddenly smaller. Not too much. Not too much. Okay, now on the z-axis, please. Let's position the tail. Now the height. Okay, so I can change the z-axis. Okay, so origin to geometry. Thank you. 1.2, maybe 1.5, 618. Let's use the golden ratio right there. Okay, we have this. Now let's make this. Okay, here I can smooth out if I want this ending. This is very specific to that part. And it's not even needed, in fact, for this design. Okay, perfect, perfect, perfect. Let's keep working on the tail. So, you can't vary the radius too quickly. Otherwise, you get nasty breaks. So, beware of that. That's something that happens in Blender that you need to be aware of. Okay, now, or you can, yeah. This one. This one was better at 5. So let's see. 1.5. Okay, so let's adapt the ending here. We have this. Lower that. Question. This one. Let's make this much smaller. Okay, it's pretty nice. And let's try to lower this. Can we make this transition like this? Yes, we can. So let's try to, well, let's just smooth it out. Smooth. This is smoother. Ah, pretty nice. Yes. Okay. Now the tail at the top should be smaller. So 4, 3, 4, 5. And that's funny. 4. Okay, so here I'm going to need another subdivision because that part is a lot smaller. Okay, this one has got to be smaller too. Now, this might work pretty well. Okay, here I can go pretty far away, and depending the length of the handles, their Blender is capable of smoothing the shapes in the transition. Otherwise, the other option, obviously, is to use a taper curve. and the taper curve make the thing smoother. So here, that's mainly the shape of the tail. I want to see if I can be a bit smoother. Just a bit smoother. I want to, yeah. It's almost perfect. Okay, here we are. So that's the tail, and there I used the Bezier curve. So the tongue, basically do it the same. Let's do the tongue. Okay, let's keep only two vertices for now. And let's make this a lot smaller. There, so the tongue is really a very typical element in heraldic designs, and they're very strange, honestly, because they're way too long. But that's how it's done, and we won't change that. Now, here's sometimes what I do in Blender when I need the ending. So you can see that the ending is smooth. So we can do an extrusion, then we take it in like this. This works pretty well. And if you do it far enough, you get a smooth ending. You just gotta find what angle works so it overlaps itself, but that gives you a smooth ending in Blender. It's good enough for 3D printing, and something that small, I know it's good enough. Okay, so here the tongue is thicker. Problem is, okay, so here I'm going to need a taper curve because I need the transition to be smoother, or I need to make this guy. Let's try with this guy bigger. Let's try this one. Pretty good, but still. Okay, so let's add a Bezier curve. Let's call it taper curve. Now, this is going to work with this taper curve right there. Come on, here. So obviously now it's all too small and it's reversed. I need this. Okay, that's much better. I don't need to add that small there. Okay, that's a lot smoother. And that's great. That's great. So, that's when the tongue enters the mouth. So now I need the head and all the flaming hair details. So let me breathe for a second. How long I've been? 1:45. Let's do 30 minutes more. Okay. So. Okay, good. So, what do we? Okay, so the head. Let me have a look at the head. So the here, the ear and the eyes, I'm going to do separately. I'm going to do this entire part. Okay, so let's work. Add mesh, plane, merge at center, and let's start working the mesh. Let's extrude all of that. That's the nose. So here I can be pretty precise. So that's the eyebrow or the forehead. So the ear right here, I'm going to make it part of the base of the head. This is going to be the base of the head. But then I'm going to overlap the ear and okay, the hair, I'm going to make them like that also on the base of the head. This part. And let me go here. That should be enough. Okay, now we're going to close here and let's start making the grid, the quad grid. Okay, here I need this. Here we are. And welcome to the stream. If you're just joining now, we're making this Heraldic Lion. So now I'm going to model the head. So I'm making the base mesh for the head. And making only quads. Okay, so this works like this. So nothing too complicated. Keep the control over the geometry. Now here, okay, we have this. This works perfectly there. This works perfectly there too. Let's extrude that. Let's make it. Et salut Ismaël. Ça va? T'es chez toi là? T'es où? Hello. Ouais, bah ça va pas mal, ouais. Ouais, moi aussi je suis chez moi là. Quoi de neuf? Ton patron est rentré de vacances. Ah, ils sont rentrés de vacances d'ailleurs. Vous êtes encore avec Anthony. Vous êtes encore avec Anthony. Raconte-moi. Raconte-moi tout. Quoi de neuf? Ah ouais? Mais tu sais pourquoi il est devenu plus cool, quoi? Ah, le baking, ouais, le baking. Ouais, ça pourrait être utile le baking. Mais c'est quelle heure là-bas? C'est presque minuit. C'est minuit et demi, non? À Nice. C'est quelle heure? Euh, Ouais, par exemple, si tu fais du baking, si tu fais les textures sur Cycles, et puis après tu peux les utiliser sur Eevee pour maintenir le réalisme, par exemple. C'est pas mal ça, hein? Mais moi, j'utilise pas. J'utilise pas. J'ai pas besoin. Mais par contre, c'est vrai qu'après, on peut l'utiliser sur Internet, justement pour un catalogue. C'est vrai que c'est cool, hein. So, we're making the head of the lion. Okay, here I'm going to need a subdivision. Yes or no? Yes. So, we are here making... Okay, this works. Uh, uh, tout. Ouais, les add-ons, les add-ons. Ouais, alors ça c'est vrai, Blender, c'est très intéressant. Great. So this is the base mesh. For the head. So let's go. Extrude this over here. Oh wait, let's go here in fact. Now let's extrude again. Now here we have a problem. Because I need this to be smaller. It's not too bad. Okay, let's go with the modifiers. So let's copy the modifiers there. Transfer modifiers. Okay, we're good. Now the head is pretty nice. I just need to adapt the top vertices here. Okay, so the distance to the edge is what I need to adapt right now. And it's just the selection process that Ouais, ouais, vous avez raison, hein. Cross Gems, c'est trop nul, c'est trop rudimentaire, c'est trop nul, quoi. C'est pas assez évolutif, c'est pas tourné vers l'avenir. Tu as l'avantage de Blender, c'est que c'est un programme qui évolue et il évolue à une vitesse assez folle, en fait. L'évolution de Blender est vraiment justement intéressante et maintenant, professionnellement, on a intérêt à apprendre Blender. que d'autres programmes. Parce que c'est un programme qui continue d'évoluer, donc sur les, ouais, en tout cas les 10 prochaines années, enfin, tout le monde continue à s'intéresser à Blender. CrossGen, c'est pour les bébés, quoi. C'est vraiment pour des bébés. Et je sais pas qui a inventé CrossGen, parce qu'il n'y a pas vraiment besoin d'inventer des nouveaux programmes pour bijoutier, il y en a assez. Ce qu'il faut, c'est maintenir. Bon, Blender, c'est pas spécifiquement pour les bijoutiers, mais on comprend très vite qu'on peut faire tout ce qu'on veut sur Blender. Franchement, il n'y a pas, y a pas trop à s'inquiéter si. C'est pas une- Dans Blender, c'est pas une question de capacité du programme. Le programme est capable de faire. Ouais, le préfet, ouais, ouais, c'est très bien, très intéressant. Mais ouais, moi, ça me surprend, les programmes qui sont toujours avec des composants préfabriqués, enfin de catalogue, ouais, c'est toujours très bizarre. Énorme. Et puis c'est vrai, c'est bien qu'ils se rendent compte que ça sert à rien, quoi. Franchement, on n'a pas besoin, on n'a pas besoin d'un truc comme ça en plus, quoi. C'est du temps perdu. Mais bon, moi, si vous en avez, si, non, non, moi, j'ai pas développé de programme, j'ai pas le temps, j'ai pas les. Non, moi, je travaille avec 3 design, 3 design, 3 design. Non, mais je dis, il n'y a pas besoin d'en développer plus, hein. Il y a de temps à autre des petits programmes qui apparaissent comme ça. C'est-à-dire qu'il y a assez de programmes existants, de programmes de 3D existants, qui ont déjà des mentalités assez bien marquées. 3 design, c'est fabuleux. 3 design, c'est toujours un des 3 meilleurs programmes au monde, dans le monde bijoutier. C'est le programme le plus beau. C'est le programme qui a le plus belle interface. Et en plus d'être le plus beau, c'est un des programmes les plus puissants pour modeler. C'est un des programmes les plus puissants qui existent, en fait. Euh, mais bon, le problème, c'est le prix du programme. Et puis, ben, c'est un programme qui est. Ouais, bon, c'est vraiment pour l'industrie des bijoux. Mais ce qu'il y a, c'est que. Ouais, enfin, puis bon, 3 design, c'est incomparable en capacité d'adaptation parce que 3 design, c'est du CAD en temps réel. Donc, quand tu rentres un paramètre, tu peux le modifier quand tu veux. Tu peux modifier le paramètre quand tu veux. Et le programme, il recalcule presque tout à une vitesse incroyable. Et en plus, puis bon, c'est le programme qu'utilise Cartier, Swarovski, Pandora. Toutes les grandes marques utilisent 3 design. Donc bon, c'est un des meilleurs programmes qui existent. Mais bon, moi j'ai travaillé plus de. Ouais, je crois que j'ai travaillé 14 ans, 12 ans. 12 ans avec 3 design. Ouais, bon, moi, si j'avais une entreprise... Bon, ce qu'il y a, c'est que ça dépend beaucoup. La différence de 3Design a été créée... 3Design a été créé pour les entreprises qui doivent... Par exemple, si tu fais une bague à une certaine taille, à la taille 50, français, numéro de doigt 50, et puis tu dois faire cette même bague à toutes les tailles. Taille 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, tout ça. Alors la grande différence, c'est que 3Design a un moteur de calcul qui te permet de réadapter la taille justement en quelques secondes. Donc c'est très spécifique à l'activité de ton entreprise. Alors moi, ce qui a commencé à changer, c'est que moi, j'ai pas besoin, comme bijoutier, comme créateur, comme prof aussi, nous, on n'avait jamais besoin de ces fonctions-là, en fait. Et c'est-à-dire que le programme, pour beaucoup de personnes, 3Design est beaucoup trop puissant. Un programme qui est... Enfin, 3Design, c'est tellement puissant, justement, c'est incroyable. Et bon, moi, je l'ai utilisé, je te dis, pendant plus de 10 ans, pendant en tout cas 12 ans, quoi. Et j'étais un des experts. Bon, je suis encore un expert, sauf que j'utilise plus le programme. Donc, donc c'est prodigieux comme technologie. Et puis ils étaient très en avance sur leur temps. Tu peux programmer des fonctions aussi pour répéter des fonctions, faire des macros, quoi. Un macro en 3D, donc tu donnes la fonction, tu sauves la fonction, puis le programme il répète la fonction sur n'importe quel objet que tu veux. Et puis ça marche bien, hein, c'est un programme qui marche vraiment bien. Et puis bon, pour faire les pavés de pierre et tout ça, la fonction de pavé est ultra puissante. Voilà, Joel. Euh, no, pues no, ZBrush. Lo que pasa es que en Blender hago mucha escultura en Blender. um, y siempre he logrado, me han pedido esculturas muy complejas de animales también. La ventaja de Blender es que es mucho más rápidamente preciso, sobre todo para las piedras y la construcción de las montaduras de las piedras. Y bueno, como comentaba, como fui maestro y creé una escuela, bueno, yo todo empezó porque en el 2004 empecé a dar clases en México, luego en el 2006 instalé mi propia escuela de joyería en México y luego trabajé con Tridesign de Gravotech, que es una empresa francesa para la educación 3D de joyería. Y Tridesign, pues es un programa fantástico, pero es demasiado caro. Entonces el problema de ZBrush o ZBrush, como unos le dicen a ZBrush, sé que el problema con ZBrush es que también es un programa caro, ¿no? Y como algo que siempre enseñé que estoy totalmente en contra de la piratería, porque la piratería de programas es algo muy grave. La gente no se da cuenta, pero es como robar un coche. O sea, si no tienes un programa y utilizas una versión pirata de un programa, que sea Rhino, que sea 3Design, que sea ZBrush, eh, estás robando un coche. O sea, estás robando un programa, ¿no? De ZBrush, sí. Oui, ZBrush se hace cher. Entonces, de hecho, vayamos a ver el precio. Interesante pregunta, pero sí sé que es bastante caro. Um, ZBrush price. Uh, bien, aquí podemos ver los precios. Bueno, no es tan caro, pero al mes, individual, al mes, 3,000 pesos mexicanos. Bueno, un poco menos, 2,500 mensuales. bueno, hay una versión estudiante. Bueno, aquí para estudiantes, o que no es caro. Para profesores y estudiantes, 200 pesos al mes, ahí es muy barato. Esos precios también. Pero bueno, entonces lo que pasó con la historia es que yo venía de una historia que usaba Tridesign, excelente programa, de los 3 mejores programas para joyeros, muy implementado yo como escuela, como maestro, como diseñador, utilizando Tridesign, enseñando, eh, daba el mejor diplomado en México en joyería. No es muy discutible el tema. Era el más completo en práctica joyera, en dibujo de joyas, dibujo técnico y formación 3D de joyería. Era súper completo el diplomado que impartía. Entonces, el problema es que después de unos años, los estudiantes me empezaron a decir que no iban a poder comprar 3Design porque, bueno, a pesar de tener buenas ofertas para estudiantes, 3Design es un programa que es para la industria joyera, es para las empresas. Es decir, que si no tienes... Y bueno, todo eso para contestar por qué no utilizo ZBrush. Es un programa que cuesta lo que cuesta un programa para la industria joyera. Es un programa súper potente y todo eso. Entonces el problema es que no iba a buscar yo como escuela, como maestro y como diseñador una solución en otro programa también bastante caro, ¿no? Entonces mi solución nunca la iba a buscar en un programa como ZBrush, porque el problema que yo tenía, mi escuela, yo tenía decenas y decenas, al año tenía en rotación como 80 o 100 personas que entraban y salían. De planta siempre tenía 15, 20 personas y en temporada alta de verano tenía como 40 estudiantes. El problema es que pues la gente que más beneficiaba de venir a estudiar conmigo en la escuela, porque yo realmente enseñaba a hacer joyería para ser joyero y fabricar, primero ser joyero a mano y fabricar joyas y realmente hacer dinero, ganar dinero y dedicarse a la joyería. Entonces el problema es que, pues ponte en la situación del estudiante que paga clases, paga insumos, paga piedras, pagas oro, tienes que comprar todo eso. Y todavía te dicen, no, pues es que tienes que comprar un programa 3D, que sea 3Design, ZBrush, Rhino Gold, Matrix, lo que quieras. Y no te alcanza. No te alcanza. Tienes 20 años, 22 años, 25 años, 27 tal vez, o estás en cambio de... Estás en cambio de... estás en reconversión profesional, entonces tenía estudiantes de 30, 40 años que dejaban su trabajo en el banco, en cosas de, pues, puestos de trabajo muy bien pagados, pues querían hacer algo con sus manos, ¿no? Entonces querían hacer joyería. Desde ahí nace el problema que yo después de unos años llegué, o sea, porque empecé a perder estudiantes porque, pues no, honestamente no era factible decirles, no, pues es que además si tienes que comprar un programa 3D, porque bueno, yo vendía licencias como era escuela 3Design, también vendía las licencias de 3Design, es parte del negocio, digamos. Y ahí sí, el negocio de vender licencias. Que bueno, vendí bastantes licencias de 3Design porque pues, tenía bastante contacto con bastante gente y Tridesign es un excelente programa. Entonces, si vas a crear una empresa de joyería fuerte, Tridesign era una buena solución. Pero entonces, esos estudiantes no eran a fuerza la gente la más interesante a nivel humano, ¿no? O sea, en el sentido que yo a nivel humano me interesaba más los estudiantes que hacían un esfuerzo descomunal para dedicarse a la joyería y que realmente iban a vivir de hacer joyas, ¿no? Realmente iban a vivir de lo que les estaban enseñando. O sea, era gente que no tenía más dinero. Entonces, ZBrush no era una solución al problema, era el mismo problema. ¿Me entiendes? En ese sentido, aquí en México, por ejemplo, que la gente es muy creativa aquí en México, muy emprendedora, pero también en el sentido de que pues hay que empezar de cero, ¿no? Y de cero, cero dinero. Por eso la piratería en México es tan fuerte, porque la gente empieza sin dinero y pues, claro, yo entiendo, todos hemos estado ahí, aquí en México, todos, hasta la gente que tiene dinero, empieza con una versión pirata de lo que quieras. Rhino, ZBrush, 3Design, Photoshop, todo. Pero el problema es que es ilegal quedarse después. Cuando tu empresa ya funciona, lo primero que tienes que hacer, lo primero que tienes que hacer es comprarte el programa que más te convenga. Pero tienes que comprarlo. Yo entiendo que al principio no podemos, pues porque no tenemos dinero. Tenemos que crear un negocio. Entonces, ok. Entonces te digo, bueno, ZBrush no. Entonces es cuando yo busqué y probé IronCAD, FreeCAD, SketchUp, miles de programas, porque hay muchos, en realidad hay muchísimos y hay muchos que son gratuitos. Y unos son muy buenos y todo lo que quieras. Pero justamente en Blender me di cuenta que resolvía de una vez por todas todos los problemas técnicos y éticos. Entonces le ponía fin a la piratería porque el alumno ya no estaba obligado a entrar en problemas de piratería. Yo como escuela y como maestro, jamás, cuando abrí la escuela, jamás usé piratería. Y por eso, ¿por qué? Porque yo ya era como persona, como maestro joyero, pues yo ya era, pues yo salía en televisión cuando tenía la escuela. Porque a nivel cultural justamente hacíamos algo súper interesante aquí en México. Entonces vino TV Azteca, vino Canal 11, vino Canal 22, vino la prensa también, salía en revistas. Salimos en periódicos de todo nivel, en el Reforma. Y entonces no había manera, yo como artista, como maestro, como escuela. Porque conozco escuelas que han clausurado, escuelas muy famosas en México eh, que clausuraron escuelas por problemas de licencias con programas. Pues yo ya estaba lejísimos de ese programa, de ese problema, porque, porque desde que yo me independicé a los 18 años empecé a pintar, yo era pintor y hacía mucho arte digital, pero ya desde muy chavo, desde adolescente, desde más niño incluso, ya hacía mucho arte digital. Entonces ya sabía el problema de lo ilegal que es utilizar programas piratas. Algún día te van a caer encima. No creas. Ay, te digo, yo conozco empresas muy grandes que eran muy famosas, escuelas muy bien instaladas que cacharon con copias ilegales de programas muy famosos, clausurados. Se vinieron de arriba para abajo en unos meses que duró el pleito legal. Obviamente perdieron porque no ganas si estás utilizando, y es muy fácil de comprobar. Estás usando programa pirata en empresas famosas. Oh, hombre, no duras ni meses. Porque no creas, Microsoft y empresas así checan sus licencias. Y si tu empresa o tú eres un artista famoso, créeme, te van a caer encima. Entonces no hay que creer. Y también a la gente joven, justamente si tu plan es ser un artista 3D famoso con un canal y crecer como influencer, lo que quieras, como maestro o como artista digital, y estás usando pinche programa pirateado, y no importa cuál, te digo, todo mundo utiliza Rhino pirata, ZBrush pirata, 3Design pirata, Photoshop pirata, Adobe Illustrator pirata, Corel Draw pirata. Aquí en México no conozco a nadie casi que no utilice, bueno, justamente nada más empresas que tienen formación ética y saben de qué está hablando, que es ilegal. ¿Y por qué es ilegal y todo? Porque es robar, es como robar un coche. ¿Tú crees que vas a una agencia y te vas con el coche así sin pagar? ¿Tú crees que no terminas mal? Digo, claro, también hay corrupción en México y todo lo que quieras. Pero es para ti y también es para la gente que te rodea. Um, o sea, tus seguidores se van a enterar que estás utilizando programas piratas. Y entonces no estás solucionando los problemas de la gente, estás creando más problemas. O sea, si utilizas licencias piratas y justamente hay soluciones. No es de que no tengo dinero, no tengo dinero, no tengo dinero. Yo ya dije, yo también tuve 18 años, 20 años, yo también empecé sin dinero. O sea, no es de que, y bueno, no es de que el pobre es pobre porque quiere, no, tampoco. Sí, o sea, el problema es que tienes que tener dinero para lograr ciertas cosas. Pero es demasiado fácil decir después de 10 años como diseñador o como lo que quieras y no has comprado tu programa. Yo entiendo, un año, 2 años tal vez, ok, tal vez porque eres estudiante, entonces yo entiendo para los estudiantes, pero como vimos, las empresas, y ZBrush no es la excepción, aquí ZBrush cuesta $10 para 6 meses para profesores y para estudiantes. Es decir, y eso yo lo sé, porque 3Design, por ejemplo, que cuesta 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, llega hasta $8,000 o más, dependiendo cuántas opciones compras, cuántas herramientas trae el programa. Pero 3Design, por ejemplo, tenía una licencia estudiante que con formación y todo salía, bueno, no me acuerdo exactamente, pero $750 para varios meses de formación y con el programa totalmente utilizable con todas sus funciones. O sea, vaya, la cosa es que casi todas las empresas saben que hay estudiantes y que no pueden pagar $8,000. Lo saben y dan soluciones a través de escuelas o a través de agentes formadores profesionales con diploma, porque yo tengo un diploma 3Design, hice la formación, hice exámenes, hice mis pruebas con el programa y entonces yo era instructor certificado 3Design para México. Entonces todas las empresas de programas tienen soluciones accesibles para estudiantes. Entonces no me vengan que la piratería, si utilizas programas piratas para hacer tu trabajo, no estás haciendo bien las cosas y no estás haciendo bien tu trabajo. Y tarde o temprano vas a tener problemas. Y yo conozco gente, no, ya lo dije, que ha tenido problemas. O sea, no es una leyenda urbana. Bien, todo eso para la hora, los minutos de moralidad y lo que quieran. Entonces, el problema era que yo tenía que dar una solución la más eficiente posible, pero la más accesible posible. Es decir, que si había una solución que no implicaba dinero para utilizar un programa 3D que era capaz de hacer diseño de joyas de muy buen nivel profesional, entonces yo tenía la obligación de enseñar ese programa. Y la realidad es que encontré Blender y yo hice pruebas de comparativos en el poder, en la capacidad de cada programa. Y rápidamente me di cuenta que Blender traía todo lo necesario, realmente todo lo necesario para hacer diseño de joyas muy profesional con un programa que es una fundación. Entonces, bueno, es gratuito, pero también hagan donaciones. Yo hago donaciones a esos programas. O sea, son gratuitos, son gratuitos. Sí, no. O sea, la idea es que si te sirve en tu trabajo, donas dinero a la fundación de Blender para que sigan con el desarrollo del programa. Ahí también la gente está como, ubíquense un poco, gratuito, gratuito. Sí, es gratuito porque es un programa abierto a todo público y lo puedes descargar legalmente y no tienes obligación de comprar una licencia. ¿No? Tampoco caigan en la trampa que hay gente muy imbécil que vende licencias de Blender, ¿no? Y hay gente que no sabe y los estafan a lo tonto. También vayan a leer, digo, no es por nada que Blender tiene una muy buena página que te explica todo. O sea, vas a blender.org, perdón, blender.org acá y vas a leer qué incluye el programa, cómo funciona y que justamente es un programa libre. Y también luego vas a leer sobre la organización, la gente y la Fundación Blender. También el Blender Studio que hace las películas, hacen formación. O sea, Blender es un bueno, es un macrocosmos, es un universo que también que creció. Y también por eso yo hago tutoriales. Ok, hay algo creo que es interesante para toda la gente que me sigue. Pero yo hago tutoriales gratuitos justamente. ¿Por qué? Porque es mi manera. Blender es gratuito. Pues yo sigo haciendo tutoriales completos para Blender. Porque es una de mis maneras de participar, de dar de regreso, ¿no? O sea, Blender nos da mucho porque nos da un programa muy potente para hacer nuestro trabajo. Entonces, lo que yo, lo que yo digo es que no voy a... porque la gente me pregunta, pero imbécil, ¿podrías ser millonario si hicieras un curso pagado de Blender? Bueno, yo doy clases privadas todavía y me pagan muy bien, porque claro que me pagan muy bien por hora. Eh, pero doy clases individuales a alumnos privados que quieren formaciones personalizadas. Eso lo sigo haciendo. Entonces ahí sí pagan y pues cuesta, digo, por la trayectoria que tengo, pues claro, cuesta bastante, ¿no? Pero en lo que es de los tutoriales, no quiero hacer cursos y vender el curso, ya sabes, en doméstica o en internet, así pagas mi curso. No quiero hacer eso porque no es justo para Blender. Lo que sí vendo es que hago assets y los pueden encontrar en el Blender Market porque hay gente, bueno, es que es una buena manera de apoyar mi trabajo. O sea, hay dos maneras de apoyar mi trabajo. Una es estudiando conmigo online, clases privadas, pero no es lo que más me encanta. Lo que más me encanta, la mejor manera de apoyar mi trabajo es en los objetos 3D en Blender Market. A ver. Over. A ver, Blender Market. Aquí. Ok, entonces en Blender Market hago elementos sobre todo para joyeros, pero bueno, para, por ejemplo, las colecciones de piedras son muy conocidas y bueno, hago elementos para 3D. Entonces, la gente, de hecho, funciona bastante bien porque la gente ha entendido que así pueden apoyar mi trabajo y de hecho así apoyan a Blender también porque cada vez que compran un elemento en Blender Market, hay 5%, bueno, depende, pero en general yo doy en general como 5% o más, pero en general son 5% que van a la fundación de Blender, justamente. O sea, es un sistema revolvente que me ayudan a mí, entonces ayudan a Blender y etcétera, etcétera. Pero es una comunidad de apoyo que en el caso de Blender um, funciona, que funciona súper bien. Tampoco crean. um, pero bueno, es una manera. Entonces, el tema es que no iba a usar ZBrush para seguir en la misma dinámica de programas que cuestan, porque simplemente no iba a solucionar. Bueno, para mí, como diseñador, pues a mí utilizar 3Design no era un problema. Yo tenía licencias oficiales y yo no tenía el problema de las licencias. Y en dado caso, yo si hubiera querido, hubiera podido comprar mi licencia 3Design y seguir con 3Design. Pero mi problema era como escuela, como maestro y como escuela ya muy establecida a nivel internacional, porque tenía gente que venía de muy lejos del extranjero, de muchos países me visitaron para estudiar conmigo y para estudiar diseño 3D también conmigo. O también en cursos digitales, en línea, en cursos en línea, mucho antes de la pandemia. Yo empecé a dar clases en línea en el 2008. Y, um, y bien, entonces tenía que encontrar una solución al problema que no íbamos a poder siempre seguir con programas con licencias. Entonces, digo, el problema para mí no era para mí. El problema era como escuela, como maestro. Yo busqué a ver si había una solución. Tal vez no iba a haber ninguna solución. No era garantía. Digo, tal vez, digo, podría muy bien, podríamos estar en un mundo en el que no existen programas gratuitos de uso legal. Tal vez todos los programas se tendrían que comprar de manera obligatoria, ¿no? Donc, entonces, pero no es el caso. Si investigas, digo, no tienes que ser un genio de Google y un genio del Internet para encontrar programas de 3D, porque nada más buscas programas gratuitos de 3D. De hecho, hagamos el ejercicio. Es súper sencillo. O sea, buscas. Bueno, hay que saber tal vez un poco de inglés, porque en inglés en general encuentras más resultados. Free 3D software. Buscas esto y vas a encontrar listas de 10, 15, 20 programas aquí. Y vas a encontrar, ve, aquí hay todo eso. Y yo de aquí conozco Tinkercad, Mesh Mixer, SketchUp. Por ejemplo, conozco la mitad de los programas más o menos. Porque todos los fui a probar, y Blender, yo no, bueno, fue en el 2000, no me acuerdo, en el 2015 yo creo, en el 2015, sí, tal vez, o hace 10 años, no, entonces fue antes, fue en el 2014 más o menos, no, hasta menos, 2012, 13, bueno, por ahí, ya no me acuerdo, no importa. Y descubrí Blender, y descargué Blender, instalé Blender, y empecé a usar Blender, y empecé a ver. Y después de utilizar también FreeCAD, IronCAD, Sculptris 3D, que es una versión simplificada de ZBrush, todo eso, bueno, Rhino ya conocía, o sea, yo conocía SolidWorks, por ejemplo, pero SolidWorks también cuesta, es muy bueno, pero también tiene su costo, ¿no? Entonces yo decía, tenía que encontrar una solución, a ver si había una solución. Y un día encontré Blender, un día porque estaba buscando esa solución a ese problema para mi escuela, porque yo estaba perdiendo estudiantes. Sí, es una razón Parece que mi escuela, mi empresa, mi negocio, pero también mi pasión y todo, el dar clases también ahí, pues estaba en problemas. O sea, no era muy grave porque no iba a perder todos mis estudiantes, pero una cierta parte de los estudiantes estaban en negación, en desacuerdo, que el problema era que no podían comprar 3D Design y pagar varios miles de dólares o no querían por X razón. Ok, pero el hecho era que mi oferta pedagógica ya no era tan interesante. Bien, entonces encontré Blender, instalé Blender y probé Blender. Y hice imágenes, hice modelos 3D y en Blender encontré la solución a todos nuestros problemas, porque para mi cuenta yo me quedaba con 3D Design, no había ningún problema. Pero encontré una solución para todos mis estudiantes, para toda mi escuela. Y a partir del momento que empecé a dar clases de Blender en mi escuela, wow, las cosas también empezaron a cambiar mucho porque daba algo muy especial, muy único, muy interesante, porque estudiar Blender es súper interesante para todo público, de todas las edades, hombres, mujeres, chavos, chavas, gente adulta, lo que quieras, porque daba resultados de modelado 3D y hacíamos impresión 3D de las piezas desde hace 10 años con Blender. Entonces daba resultados muy interesantes, pero también la emoción. Haces tu modelo, haces tu león en 3D y boom. Yo tengo muchísima experiencia en modelado 3D y en impresión 3D en resina. También porque, pues yo empecé, fui uno de los pioneros en México y como joyero, yo como soy de esta generación, yo la cantidad de experiencia que tenía en modelado 3D, en el render 3D, en animación 3D y en impresión 3D y en joyería y en montado de piedras y en dibujo de joyas y todo eso, más la pasión y talento que puedo tener para dar clases, entonces obviamente pues cambié gran parte de la comunidad joyera en bastantes países. So, esa es la respuesta al por qué no utilizo ZBrush. Porque nunca tuve que hacerlo y porque encontré la solución a todos nuestros problemas en Blender. Así nada más. Y bueno, esa fue la respuesta corta, para ponerlo así. Porque, sí, bueno, um, sí, bueno, porque a mí en general me suelen pasar muchas cosas de muchos de índoles siempre muy diversos y siempre tengo miles de historias que contar de por qué hay que hacer las cosas de una cierta manera y cosas así. Bien, entonces aquí el perfil, bien, regresemos a esto, entonces aquí la lengua mucho más alta. Bien, la cabeza del león está bastante bien, pero ahora, bien, ahora voy a poner la imagen de referencia. Bueno, a ver, la voy a copiar aquí. Ok, porque ahora tengo que hacer el ojo y la oreja. Entonces voy a empezar con la oreja. Voy a copiar este elemento. So let's continue in English. Welcome to the stream. If you have any question whatsoever, go ahead in the chat. Okay, now I'm going to do the ear. The lion head. So this is Heraldic Lion. They're very special lions. And it's for a client. Okay, so let's join edge, bridge, edge loops. Edge loops. No. But wait. So no, there's an F here. Okay. So now I'm going to do the ear. So I'm going to take out the ear. Like this. Let's try again. That's pretty good. Okay, so back to modeling. I was just answering in Spanish the question of why I'm not using ZBrush, and I made an extended answer because there are many reasons why I'm not using ZBrush. And that was the answer. And because they asked the question in Spanish, I answered in Spanish. Okay, so this is the ear. Okay, so now we have the ear. It's pretty nice. And this here. Maybe this one. All right. Okay, we have this now. Ah, no. Okay. Bueno, pero sí, es cuestión de formación. No, pero regañada. No, lo que pasa es que um, no tengo. Sí, seguramente lo sé, pero, siempre pongo. Bueno, lo bueno es que hago mucha escultura en Blender. Entonces, lo que pasa es cuestión de formación, porque la gente no entiende que también este modelo lo hice hace unos meses en Blender. Y es un ejemplo. Digo, puedo hacer mucho más complejo que eso con Blender, ¿eh? Lo que pasa es que en mi línea de trabajo y en general, o sea, yo ya no tengo mucho tiempo como artista a cuenta propia. ¿Por qué? Porque tengo muchos pedidos. Esos son pedidos de clientes, modelos 3D. Ese es el león chino y es un ejemplo. Y luego hice una imagen. Eh, Esculpir en Blender es sensacional también. Lo que pasa es que la gente no lo sabe, no lo entiende. Porque la gente nada más escucha, ZBrush es el mejor programa para esculpir y todo mundo como borregos pues se van a ZBrush, ¿no? Exactamente eso. Lo que pasa es que si investigas un poco el poder que Blender tiene para esculpir, te darás cuenta que llegas bastante alto. O sea, ZBrush es más potente, lo sé, tiene herramientas más dedicadas y también el motor de cálculo es mucho más potente en ZBrush. Entonces puedes hacer polígonos millones de veces más pesados en ZBrush y tu computadora va a poder hacerlo. Con Blender vas a tener más problemas, pero como una vez de hecho ahí a un tipo lo tuve que insultar también, porque él me insultó primero, pero ahí lo insulté de vuelta, le dije, ¿sabes qué? Etcétera, etcétera. Lo que pasa es que tienes que aprender Blender más. ¿Por qué? Porque está más escondido el poder de esculpir de Blender, pero eso es un poco culpa de mitos urbanos, ¿no? Porque cosas que esculpí con Blender uno, que me han sido muy bien pagadas y muy bien elaboradas y se hicieron luego en impresión 3D después. Porque este león lo fabricaron en oro, realmente. Después también hay el anillo, que ese anillo tuvo muchísimo éxito en público, ¿no? Bueno, en fin. La cosa es que sí entiendo y de hecho tus preguntas muestran exactamente esa tendencia en la gente, que todo mundo sabe que ZBrush es el programa para esculpir y todo mundo va a ZBrush. Y luego siempre es, pero es que en Blender es más difícil. No, lo que pasa es que, bueno, sí, o sea, en Blender en general tienes que buscarle un poco más. Pero, hombre, que puedes hacer unas esculturas 3D y realmente ser escultor, porque a mí me pagan y me buscan bastante para hacer esculturas 3D, no nada más joyas. Pues también Blender. Y por eso me quedo con Blender. O sea, no es... Yo lo hago por razones muy técnicas, muy exactas. No es de que soy un fanboy de Blender. Me vale. No, bueno, no es cierto que me vale. Pero no soy un fanboy. O sea, si no lo puedo hacer en Blender, pues a la mierda Blender, ¿no? O sea, a mí me tiene que servir el programa, ¿no? Digo, son herramientas de trabajo, no es de que le debo la vida a Blender, no, pues tampoco, ¿no? Entonces, la cosa es, ¿lo puedo hacer en Blender? Sí o no. Y hasta la fecha, pues... Y bueno, Blender también, o sea, tiene... Mira, la otra cosa es que hago mucha animación. Hago animaciones de joyería. Y pues lo hago en Blender. Entonces, pues hasta la fecha, digo, lo único, digo, bueno, yo uso DaVinci para hacer los videos. Lo puedo hacer en Blender, pero Blender, la neta, el video, la edición de video en Blender está, bueno, aunque depende, no es cierto también. Una de las últimas animaciones que hice todo en Blender. O sea, lo puedes hacer. Depende, y sobre todo, por ejemplo, en 4K, el editor de video en Blender en 4K es más potente que DaVinci en 4K. O sea, es una locura, pero es cierto, es técnicamente cierto. Bueno, aunque DaVinci 18, en la 19 creo, bueno, 18 es... han mejorado porque creo que la gente se quejó. Pero bueno, entonces son por razones técnicas. Pero tiene razón. ZBrush, en cuestión de potencia de herramientas así a nivel bruto, ZBrush es más potente. O sea, sí, eso también no se discute. O sea, justamente ahí sería yo un ignorante, un imbécil, un inútil, si no supiera el poder de las herramientas de ZBrush. Y sería un mentiroso también. O sea, sería muy malo. Entonces, sí. O sea, ZBrush sí es el programa de escultura 3D el más potente. Ahí no hay ninguna duda. Y quien diga lo contrario, no sabe de qué está hablando. Pero yo hablo conociendo muy bien lo que traen los programas, lo que permiten los programas. Entonces, pues hay eso. Y, y entonces, yo... no, pero... Yo... Pues es que los programas hay que entender, le llegas o te llega, un programa te llega, te tiene que llegar. Por ejemplo, en edición, en dibujo vectorial, pues todo el mundo utiliza Adobe Illustrator o todo el mundo utiliza Photoshop. Pues yo no. Yo utilizo Corel. Ahora, Corel es famoso por ser menos profesional. O sea, es considerado como para amateurs, ¿no? Para el novato, para el principiante, para el teto, ¿no? Hombre, el güey que no le sabe mucho a las cosas. O sea, Corel me llegó porque mi madre, mi buena madre, trabajaba en la universidad y hacían libros. Entonces, en México casi todo mundo en las imprentas utilizan Corel. Todo mundo en las imprentas en México, bueno, hace 10 años, ahorita no sé, pero yo creo que sí. Así de barrio, la imprenta de tu esquina acá utiliza Corel Draw. Utilizan Corel. Y entonces, pues mi mamá por su trabajo, bueno, esa parte de su trabajo que tenían que hacer edición de documentos y todo eso, pues en la casa, cuando llegué a casa aquí a México y llegué a casa de mi mamá, ella tenía Corel. Entonces, pues empecé a utilizar Corel y pues me empezó pues ya, así te llega un programa. Te llega porque es lo que tienes en tu casa o tu amigo te presta el programa o te regala una licencia. No sé, tu novia te regala una licencia o tu esposa o pues, tu familia o alguien te regala una licencia para tal o tal programa. Y tú, bueno, pues gracias, ¿no? Bueno, tal vez para bien o para mal, lo que sea. Ellos a fuerza no saben bien, lo que sea, pero en fin. Mi mamá ahí en su trabajo y todo tenían Corel, aquí en México Corel. Y empecé a utilizar el programa para hacer edición de imágenes, dibujo vectorial, foto, bueno, Photopaint se llama ahí Corel, ¿verdad? Y en fin, el programa me llegó. Entonces, me pasó lo mismo con 3D Design. A mí me buscaron porque yo quería, bueno, en fin, por miles de historias y te llega un programa. Y para esculpir, bueno, y todo para el 3D, modelo de todo, a mí me llegó Blender a solucionarme miles de problemas que hubiera podido tener, que hubiera enfrentado con otros programas. Y a mí me llegó Blender, porque ahí encontré las herramientas exactas hasta para hacer esculturas muy avanzadas, porque al final he hecho todos los animales casi que existen. O sea, arañas, flamingos, ratones, serpientes, cocodrilos, gorilas, eh, leones, changos, y los hice en Blender. Pero, sí, pero eso ya es una dimensión ahí que estaba aportando, es que es importante que te llegue un programa, te llega porque por miles de razones y tú tienes que entender por qué te llega tal o tal programa y no tal o tal otro programa, porque pues las cosas pasan, bueno, es un cliché en México, las cosas pasan por algo, ¿no? Pues sí, las cosas pasan por algo. Es la... es una dimensión importante. O sea, no nada más, como digo yo, pues es que si no, básicamente estás haciendo las cosas a lo pendejo. O sea, si utilizas ZBrush porque te dijeron de utilizar ZBrush, porque dicen que hay que usar ZBrush, estás haciendo las cosas a lo pendeis. Ah, tienes que hacer las cosas por una razón, ¿no? No porque te dijeron que sí. No, porque no tiene sentido justamente de hacer las cosas porque sí. ¿Y por qué no otra? Y justamente yo uso Blender por pues todas esas historias que me han pasado con Blender, mi escuela, mi trabajo, mi persona, mi vida, por lo que quieras. Y miles de otras cosas. Pero hay una razón ahí de cosas, pues te van pasando ciertas cosas y no otras cosas. Ahora, el por qué sí o el por qué no, bueno, ese es un misterio justamente, pero eso se llama el misterio de la vida. Hay una razón también. No podemos entender todo. Bien, el ojo. So, let's go back to the eye. To the eye. Okay, so let's make this. Now, this. This. Okay, we could. do this. So we're modeling an heraldic lion. They're very stylized lions with the tongue out. This is very funny. Ok, sí. Bueno, Querétaro. Bueno, uno de los grandes problemas de México es que México es un país muy centralizado. Entonces el problema es que la mayoría de los insumos están aquí en nuestro querido DF. Y pues es un problema. Pues no sé, depende. Pero ¿cuál es tu duda? Si es factible, pues todo es factible. Digo, todas las ciudades, digo, hay joyeros en Pachuca, hay joyeros en Querétaro, hay joyeros en San Miguel de Allende, en Puebla, obviamente en Oaxaca. O sea, aquí en México hay joyeros en todas partes. Entonces no sé cuál sea tu duda. ¿Cuál es tu duda? So let's keep modeling this eye here of the lion. So the eyebrow. So here I need to adapt the distances. Okay, what about the time? I forgot the time. Yeah, it's pretty late already. Okay, but let me let's finish the line. Am I in a place to finish the line? Okay, see here. I need to make the topology by hand, and you need to close the quads all by yourself. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's better. Otherwise, you get problems. You get a lot of problems with the sí, sí, claro, manda. A ver, espera. So, what do we have? Okay, espera, te voy a, voy a buscar el correo. Ah, este es bueno. Te voy a dar el del trabajo. Ok, so, email. Y claro, manda a info@joyas.rohrbach. Porque ahorita lo pongo en el chat para que no. Copiar y pegar. Ahí. Ok, ahí en el chat. info@joyasrohrbach.com. Y bueno, sí. Es muy fácil encontrarme. Bueno, mi apellido es suizo-alemán, Rohrbach. Entonces, obviamente, luego es. Pero, por ejemplo, bueno, páginas Esta todavía es vigente, la tengo que actualizar. Gracias a ti. O sea, por ejemplo, esa es una de mis páginas, Joyas Rohrbach, y justamente si vas a contacto, aquí está el correo ahí arriba, ¿no? O si no, em, si vas a YouTube, están mis redes sociales en el canal. Aquí arriba, aquí está mi Facebook, mi otra página que también la checo, que también tiene su propio correo y Twitter. Y hay mucha gente que me escribe por Instagram. Acá que me buscan aquí en Instagram. Y justamente pues aquí encuentran, ¿no? Entonces digo, por si pierdes el dato o cualquier cosa. En general a través de Facebook soy... no, perdón, a través de YouTube soy fácil de encontrar. Todavía. Y ya. All right, so we're making the eye of this lion. So we're not there yet. I still have very much to do, and it's getting late. So I guess I'm going to finish it No, I'm going to finish. Let's finish it today. Let's go and finish this because it's pretty nice. What I still have to do the nose there, the nose, and then like all the hair. I need to do all the hair of the tail and the legs and all of that. And it's we're almost like halfway there. So still pretty much, but it's not that crazy either. And the ear is pretty nice. Yes. Okay, the ear is pretty nice now. Okay, that's great. So this goes to 3D printing later. So I'm going to adapt. I'm going to adapt this as much as possible. So here I'm just making this a bit bigger than it basically is because 3D printing. That's something also that sometimes people joining the stream might not understand right away. But this is for a jewel. So jewels are very small. And also 3D printing. This goes to 3D printing, then gold casting. It gets melted in gold. Well, there's an entire process to make the jewel. And this requires, there are some specific technical things that we need to cover very specifically for that type of modeling. So I always compare. It's not like character modeling or character animation or rigging. I don't need to rig this design, by example. So by example, also generally I make high resolution designs because then I simplify, I decimate the design quite often, but not every time. Sometimes I don't even have to decimate the models. We can go with several millions polygons. For 3D printing, it's better because the new resin printers are very, very, very accurate. And you need all the resolution you dream of. So sometimes decimating the models is not a good solution anymore, and we don't need to even think about that in our business, industry, whatever you want to call that, art form, and all of that. We have very specific requirements for 3D printing and jewelry manufacturing. And that's why I very often say that if you're not a jeweler in the first place, you should learn but you should avoid designing jewelry just like that, because it's different from other fields. The technical accuracy and the technical problems that we face in the jewelry business is very specific to jewelry making, to the reality of making the jewel, of manufacturing the jewel. So you should know that first and foremost, I am a master jeweler. I've trained for decades. I've been making jewels for 20 years, and I've manufactured them thousands and thousands of jewels with my own hands on great scales, and also a lot of customized designer grade jewels. And that's why I became a teacher, a designer, and also then, and I started teaching jewelry modeling in 2004. So I have a lot of background as a jeweler. So there is no hazard in what we are doing here, in what I'm doing here. This design is paid. This design is already paid by the client. This is a ring that I need to deliver on Monday morning before 9 p.m. Okay, so there's no mistake here. All I do is for very specific technical reasons, and it's well, it's a warning, or it's better an invitation for people to be more aware that jewelry design, 3D jewelry design, is way more precise and technical than other type of modeling artists. If you make video games, furniture, architecture, like architects, they face many other problems because they need to make a house, a building. So it's very different. Actually, they need other softwares. You can't make like all the cabling, all the water system for a building. You can't really make that in Blender. In Blender, we can make very serious jewelry modeling because we can solve all our problems using Blender. But the mentality behind doing this in Blender is that, well, I've been a jeweler I am a jeweler, so I started long ago. So obviously, there are many things that you can compare. If you're just starting to model jewelry and you're learning, well, Blender is amazing to do that. That's why what I was explaining earlier. But I always say that you should first become a jeweler, because the business is in fact in making the jewels. You make a jewel, you sell the jewel. That's the jewelry business. And the jewelry world and field is very vast. You can make jewels just by using components and using wires and things like that, like fantasy jewelry, fashion jewelry. Then there are the gold and diamonds and silver and imitation jewelry. There's high jewelry. There's designer jewelry. You can become an artist and make jewel in any kind of technique and any kind of material. You can use recycled materials. The jewelry business is huge. There are many people making jewels, but their experience and trajectory is very, very different from one to another. So there are many ways to be part of this thing called jewelry and make it as a business. But if you're going to make jewelry modeling, you should be aware that designing jewelry just by itself, making 3D jewelry models generally won't make you a living. You can't really live from just modeling jewelry. Or you need to be very lucky because you know somebody or your family maybe. But my family had nothing to do at all with jewelry whatsoever. So my family never helped me with that. Okay, but many people start a jewelry business because their family already owns a jewelry business. So maybe if your parents are jewelers, well, generally they put the kids in the design department. That's a really important truth about that in the jewelry business. The family owns a jewelry business. They got maybe a girl and a boy. The boy is going to go in the workshop and make the jewels and use the machinery. And the girl is going to go to the design department field. Jewelry drawing, 3D modeling, and design department. It's a huge cliche. It might be sexist, maybe, but that's the reality. It's not what I'm saying. Is that's just the reality of it. So, well, that's how it goes. And also, many jewelry businesses, they use graphic designers. They hire graphic designers as jewelry designers. And that's a huge mistake, but that's how it goes. So in fact, there are not even many. If you want to study jewelry design, I've always been one of the very few schools and teachers to teach jewelry design as a proper thing. And well, now I don't teach anymore. Transgender? Why Pourquoi transgender? Moi, je suis pas transgender, moi. Je parle de quoi? Je parle de quoi? Ah! Les filles. Pourquoi pas? Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. No, but in many. Yeah, but that's true. Actually, the most famous jewelry designers are women. And the other man, that's true. That's true. Yeah, that's even if you're joking, but that's true. Most jewelry designers are gay, the men. So I'm not gay. These are just facts again. They're just. That's true. So yeah, you can say that I'm transgressing that specific cliche, even if many people might think, but that's not. Well, that's not especially my my problem. But yeah, I very generally have to specify really what. If I'm not gay. No, well, it depends. Depends the days and sometimes. Yeah, no joke. I'm not gay, but I could be. I could be gay. That's not the. That's not the problem. But yes, generally, jewelry design is considered to be a woman's job. So obviously, if you're talking about equality, in Mexico, all the jewelry designers I've met are women. And that's not necessarily a good thing. I mean, and also because the jewelry business, and that's a funny fact. Yeah, well, Paloma Picasso is one of the most famous examples. Paloma Picasso, which is one of the jewelry designers I like. She's designed many interesting jewels for Tiffany, obviously, and yeah, exactly. Men don't wear jewelry. The man business, gays or not, the tradition of men wearing jewelry is always very low, and things are not changing. Jewelry is for women. So most of the time, women design jewelry for women. It makes sense. It's just that's how it is. Obviously, you have a lot of exceptions to that, but no, most of the time, jewelry is for women. Jewelry designers are women. It's a girl's job. It's a girl's business. And the funny thing is that the people who need to buy the jewelry, which is well, now that has changed because the girl, they buy jewelry for themselves. You know, women, well, now they can buy jewelry for themselves, and that's great because they make better decisions. Because when a man needs to buy jewelry, he is very often misinformed and has a very terrible taste and information about diamonds and things like that, and it's a sad thing. It's very sad to see that, and honestly, yeah, exactly. That's true. Most of the time, jewels are okay, that's great. Jewels, yeah, even if the man goes in the shop, but generally for engagement rings, and like I said, that's a sad thing. Uh, Luckily, as a jewelry designer, I've designed and made a lot of engagement rings, and the woman comes with the man, and they discuss the design of the ring, and that's a much better experience for the couple, for both of them. And then we design a more meaningful, a more interesting jewel for the couple. And that's mostly why I became a jewelry designer, to help people have a better sense of the sense, a better sense. Yeah, to have jewels that make more sense in their lives, for themselves, or especially for engagement rings. So their engagement ring is much more personal and an interesting jewel to have for the rest of their lives. Okay, but generally that's the yeah, it's true. Generally, that's the work of women. Most women are in the jewelry design department. And also most jewelers, most jewelry making people, the amount of proportion, there are more men in the workshop. Well, I know a lot of, well, a lot. I've trained a lot of women as jewelry makers. But the reality in the manufacturing workshops and businesses, men are the jewelers working with the fire, melting the metal, setting the gemstones. all of that. And the design department is led and run by women and women's. A lot, sometimes 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 women's are running the design department. Obviously, there are exceptions to that, and thank God the world is not so closed to changes. But actually, well, I almost never think about the fact that I'm a man making a lot of jewelry design. And in fact, I never saw me as an exception. But now that I remember, it's true. We're not that many men, an old-fashioned man, you know, to say like that. And it's crazy that I need to mention that like that. But I'm pretty old-fashioned in the fact that, well, I had transgender students, I had many gay students, and I received everybody with the same um, dedication and all of that, and I had very great experiences with all type of people, transgender, gays, women, or in many diversity in the people I've trained, or also my clients. And so for me it was yeah, I never saw that like that. But still, generally jewelry designers are women, and that's not changing. The world has a great inertia, and it was never a goal. And actually most students were, and that was a problem after for when I had a girlfriend, they were always jealous because students were women all the time. So obviously I was surrounded by women in my job all the time, and it was an issue for most of my girlfriends. And well, it's but I never noticed that because I never thought about it like that. I never had to. Honestly, I never had to. So, well, life is funny anyway. Life is funny. But I think where there's, yeah, these things won't change much because, well, who wears jewelry as kids already? Girls. You don't want to make, you don't want to give your boy some earrings when they're babies. Some people do. I know it's fashionable, it's nice, it's cool, but generally boys don't wear earrings. I do, but I design my own earrings, and they're more like men's earrings. Or maybe Johnny Depp has earrings, or Lenny Kravitz, or. But I mean, it's not the common thing. It's not earrings for the common man. Is a very girly, and actually for some religions also. Now that I think about that, it's also a religious thing. Jewelry is for women, and well, with that, I'm not. I don't agree at all with that. I mean, jewelry is for everybody as an art form, as an expression form, just like clothes. But yeah, it's still a cliche. Fashion is for women. Men's fashion might have evolved a bit in the last decades and such in the business of men's fashion, but and it's also even a bit different. I think the preconceived ideas about jewelry are way stronger even than the fashion cliches. So, well, here we are. It's true, I'm a man and I'm making, and I've made already, well, I'm not done. I still have a lot to do, but I already made quite a career as a jeweler and jewelry designer. And yeah, it's true. In fact, we're not that many men designing jewelry and also designing jewelry successfully. You know? Because that's another thing. You might design jewelry, but not necessarily successfully. So the thing is also to make it in a successful way. It's true. So, well, I've been designing jewelry for 20 years now, and it has been so far an amazing business also. But also, what I like about my job is that it's a very complete experience. So, for me, it should never be only about the money, and yeah, it's more complete than that, because otherwise you get well, basically you get sick. If you only work for money, you become sick. And if you're a sensible person, maybe like me, you get sick very quickly, because working for money and money only is sickening. It's boring and it destroys your life. And believe me, I was there, and now I'm basically recovering from all that bad what part of my life. So I'm basically coming back from the dead, because I got sick, but I got sick of well, actually, I did get sick of teaching. Believe it or not, but teaching was not for me, and I teach during 17 years. Life is a funny thing. So, but so now what's changing is that 3D modeling. Ah, that's interesting. Yeah, 3D modeling is for everyone. As far as I know that there are many women, many ladies, many girls making 3D modeling. So, yeah, I get sick of repeating. Exactly. Repeating as a teacher, you need to repeat, repeat. And after a million times of repeating the same thing, I was sick. But I was like very sick. I was emotionally and physically sick. And I start to suffer very severe uh, circulatory system. My blood system started to fail very, very hard. So now I'm lucky that I did find working treatments, but I had to change all my rhythm, all my work schedules. I had to stop teaching basically, and start to do what I enjoy the most again, which is creating things and sharing. I love sharing. It's true that teaching is for me, but I love sharing the creation process. That's basically what I'm doing here. I'm doing something, and everybody can learn something from that, and learn techniques, and see how things are done. So that's the nose, but let me see. I would say we have a third one. Let's try a third one. There, here. Hmm. Okay, so okay, I know what we're going to do. TX. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, so what's changing in the design field is that 3D modeling is, it's funny because that's something that people perceive as good. Well, it's a man's job, it's a woman's job. There's no, well, because it's new. So who should be making 3D models? Women, men, anybody. So that's also changing the fields, and that's nice because anybody can be a 3D designer. And that's why I always say, if you want to make good 3D models of jewels, by example, go and learn jewelry first. Become a jeweler first, men or women. We don't care, honestly. I don't, well, I don't care. I know that many people do care, but I don't care. So become a jeweler first, make jewels, and then when after making many jewels, you will become a great jewelry designer. But otherwise, I recommend you don't, because it's not a good idea. There are many reasons why designing jewelry without knowing anything about jewelry is not a good idea. Well, it should be obvious, in fact, but many people don't see the obvious. Okay, what do we have here? Weird. Let's take this down there. It should be good. All right. So, but well. So that part I don't like at all. I'm going to erase. So it was funny because, well, I was talking more. So anyway, this part is failed. Okay, now we have this. So now I need to focus more. Okay, we have this here. Let's focus more. So I'm making like the nose part. So the nose is pretty good. Let's see if we have a straight. Okay, so we have this. We have 1. We have 2. 1, 2, 3. So now, yeah. Does this one work? I want, yeah, it's a bit better. So, okay, working with the lion. Yeah, that's why it's pretty hard to become a jewelry designer, just a jewelry designer. It's something that you can dream of that, but yeah, like I was explaining earlier, it's not a very good idea, because people don't need many jewelry designers first to begin with. I mean, who needs a jewelry designer? A jewelry manufacturer needs a jewelry designer. Now, the problem is that generally the people making the designs are the owner of the jewelry manufacturer. Generally, they're the designers. Almost, well, in many cases. And then, if the owner is not the designer, they hire one designer. But generally, that designer is not even a jewelry designer. Like I was explaining earlier, it's a graphical designer. And by example, here in Mexico, all the jewelry design positions available are filled by graphical designers. And I know because I had to train them then as jewelry designers, because the jewelry manufacturers, I don't know for what reason whatsoever, they hire graphical designers as jewelry designers. So in Mexico, that's how it goes. So you won't even find a job as a jewelry designer, because nobody is seeking a jewelry designer. They're seeking graphical designers, and not even industrial designers, would make maybe a bit more sense. They hire graphical designers. So that was always a joke to me, but that's the reality here in Mexico. So, and like I said, I know because I had to train them then as jewelry designers. But the problem is that a graphical designer has no background whatsoever in jewelry making. And to be a jewelry designer, the first thing you need to know better than yourself is jewelry making. That's so obvious. But no, people, they want to become jewelry designers and know nothing about making jewels, okay? So, okay, so that's very funny. Okay, here I need to answer some messages. This is work. Okay, let me see. What do we have? Pearls, diamonds, and gold. Okay, so here, so just give me a second. I need to answer some design. This is a design job I need to answer. The design requests here. So I have blah, 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 blah. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, that's the funny part. So they hire graphical designers. So basically, you have nobody needs a jewelry designer. Nobody who's going to hire you as a jewelry designer. And then you're only a 3D jewelry designer. You're not even able to draw jewelry, because most jewelry designers are very good at drawing jewelry by hand, the old school way. So that's also something different. That's very peculiar to the jewelry history and jewelry companies and jewelry business and the jewelry tradition. So, and here you are. You want to be a jewelry designer. Nobody is going to hire you. There's no business in jewelry designing. It's not even a field. The field is basically, well, the field, and not basically, the field as is jewelry making. And the world lacks jewelry makers. And these are jewelers, not industrial designers, not graphical designers, jewelers, jewelry makers. Around the world lacks and needs jewelers because, well, there are not many people wanting to study jewelry making. It's a hard way of living. It's really nice to make jewels. It's a dream job, but it's not easy. It's pretty hard and it's mostly underpaid. Unless you become an independent jeweler, and guess what? You are going to be a jewelry designer because you're going to design your own jewels and make your own jewels. That's how it goes. So basically, become a jeweler first. Make jewels and then become a jewelry designer. And then also, well, make your 3D models. So what you're going to find, so the difference is that as a 3D general artist, you can find, that's true, you can find modeling jobs. That's yeah, that happens. So why not? And also that's why my channel is growing because many people want to know how it's done because they are asked, they already have the client basically. Okay, so well, they follow my channel to know how it's done, how to make the 3D models, proper 3D models in Blender here or any software. So it's a bit, but the thing is that you'll do that a couple of times. You'll do that a couple of times and that's it. So that's the problem. But generally you become a general 3D artist. So not such a specific in such a specific field as jewelry. So you get jewelry modeling jobs. That's doable. So, but like I say, if you know about jewelry manufacturing, you'll be a much better, and actually they'll pay you better, a lot better, if you are very good at jewelry making. Because you can ask more money because you know exactly, when I make the 3D models, I know exactly what I'm doing. So the client loves that because if something, well, I can guarantee many things, or if something goes wrong somewhere, I can find a solution to their problems as jewelers because their problem will be a jewelry problem. Not much, well, and it's solved through designing the jewel differently and etc. etc. Or if the thickness of the or the weight of the jewel is failing somehow, I will know much more quickly where the design is failing. Okay, so that's why it's an advice I generally give to people: study jewelry making and then make 3D jewelry. It makes you live a happier life and a wealthier life, and your clients will thank you much more, a lot more, because you'll deliver more accurate models, way more accurate models than just a 3D generalist. Okay. It's funny because the nose looks like Alf. Do you know Alf from space? Let's go so you can see Alf. We all know Alf. Alf. Where is Alf? Okay, here it is. So you can see the nose there from Alf, from the alien. And that's the nose, that's the face, that's the Alf face. That's very funny. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to compress this a bit again. Yeah, it's a bit shorter. Wait, we have this, yeah. We're going to come here. That's a bit nicer. Okay, so that was very time consuming for this part of the design, but basically this part of the design is undetermined because it's not on the drawing. So, and we were talking about, so we have that, then we need the chin also, and then I need to make the hair. But let me the chin is the chin. Is it written like that? Chin. The chin. Okay, so that's the chin, is it? Yeah, the chin. So I just need to keep this part. Okay, we have this. Question is, will it work? Yeah, it should work. Okay, we are here, and then where are we? Okay. Okay, there's a selection craziness there. Let's close this. SX0. Okay. So let's take everybody higher. Let's make some chin just to enhance the volume of the model. We go there, and let's go here and fill again. All right, pretty good. Wait, yeah, but it has some beard. So now I need to start making, and that's what I was saying earlier. I'm going to use curves. So let's take this guy and let's beard one. Okay, so let's erase this. So let's bring this guy a bit closer, and wait, where's my curve? Now I have some empty curves somewhere. Beard one. Okay, perfect. So oh wait. Now I need to adapt the radius. Here we go. And I need to... Now this is someone else. Most of my clients are jewelers, and they 3D print it. But I know exactly what machine and technology they use for the print. So because the ring has a specific weight that I need to achieve, and they're jewelers, so they manufacture. That's why I really like, well, we can say my job. I'm a freelancer. Like they say, I'm a freelance artist. But I've been working with my clients for so many years now that, well, it's like a job. It's more like a job to me. And they manufacture the jewels. So it's very nice because it's very motivating for me and for them, because I make the models, I make the renders, they make the sales, they make the jewel. Well, they make the jewels, they make the sales. So the renders are good for them. Well, yeah, I always get the question. Well, the scale is like 1 centimeter, which is half an inch. Half an inch. That's basically that's basically the size, the real size. I'm searching for a picture because I'm asked. Sadly, I generally don't have the pictures of the jewels because the real jewel is not my business. It's funny because I make the models, but I almost never see. Oh, I had one there the other day. Where is it now? Let me load it again. So you can see at least one picture of one of the. Okay. Let me load this to my drive, to my cloud. Let's load it to the cloud because it's on my cell phone. All right, so that's pretty nice, the cloud technology, because now it's very fast. Okay, so this is one of the rings. Let me load it. Come on, load it. Okay, here it is. Okay, so it's a very bad picture, but okay, this side is a bit better. This is a ring. So this is in gold. That one is in gold. And where's the model? The 3D model is somewhere here. This one is from 2 weeks ago. And it's the only picture I have. I don't even have the finished product because it's none of my business. Okay, it's this one here. So you can see that's the side. You see the. So that's the entire design. So it's half of the design because on top it has the gemstone and the name. So, and this one is in yellow gold. Okay, so, but here you can see that effectively, really my design, the 3D model is, that's the render and that's the 3D casted ring. But it's funny because the jeweler, the client only sends me maybe twice a year or not even, and he sends always very bad pictures of the designs. So that's not very good for me because, well, I don't have much to show to my followers, and I'm starting to have quite many followers. And I don't have much to brag about there, but at least I have some proof that my designs, the 3D models I do in Blender are manufactured, and I make hundreds of models per month. It's generally like 20, yeah, let's say 20 models per month. And sometimes more. So yeah, they manufacture a lot, and much of my designs are manufactured. Otherwise, you know what? It's a bit sad if you're a designer, a 3D modelist, a 3D modeler, and you don't, and your designs don't get manufactured. It's sad. It's not very. You would never find the correct motivation if your designs go nowhere. Well, the other option is to sell them as assets. I also do that, but not these models because these are customized, they're private models. So I won't sell this design. I make other designs and I sell them as assets, but I don't have much time to do that. But yeah, this one is coming out. I made this 3D compass in Blender. It's coming out next week on the Blender market, and it's a pretty nice asset. So, but I don't have, but it's also a pretty nice job. So the other, when I don't have a customized job to do, like for jewelers, I make 3D assets. I make 3D assets, and I like that too. But it's a bit harder. Well, what? It's also a pretty nice way to go to make 3D assets, and it's a good option. But if you're a designer, because I'm also, well, I'm mainly a jewelry designer, so I really enjoy to see and to know that the clients are very happy with the real jewel in their hand, in their hands, in their life, and because that's the highest you can go. There's nothing above that. Make a 3D model and you know that it's really manufactured each week or each day, even sometimes, and you know that you made the 3D model. It's, I think, one of the best motivation that you can get in well, as a 3D modeler. Because the assets, like it or not, they stay in the digital world, and it's pretty cool. But it's like the difference between owning a record, like a vinyl record or a cassette or something, compared to just listening to music on Spotify. You know, it stays in the digital scape, in the virtual reality, in the metaverse. Like it or not, we still prefer the real world. That's what I said. I might be old-fashioned, but I'm not the only one. I guess I'm not the only one at all. We're humans after all. Well, we need to eat. We need to eat, and eating is in the real world. You can't eat digital food, so that's as good and as funny as it gets. And also because I've been using computers since I was a kid, and when, yeah, that's a, yeah, let's go to the sad part of my life. When I was a kid, I used to draw. I had a Commodore Amiga, I had a ZX Spectrum, we had a Mac Classic, and we had also a C64 and a C128. So I used to make drawings on all my computers as a kid. I used to draw animals and plants and things like that. And what happened? I lost, well, everything got lost because cassettes and all of that disappeared. And then some discs where I had all my drawings got magnetized and everything got erased by mistake. And then that's why I became a painter. So it was pretty hard reality check that digital is cool, but digital is non-existing after all. So because I had that experience, well, I was what, 15, maybe 16, so I was a teenager already, but I've put years of my life making drawings on Deluxe Paint, on the Commodore Amiga, and everything vanished in a couple of seconds. So that experience was in fact a sad experience, but was also a life-saving experience, because I realized very, very early on that I had to materialize my art, and that's when I became a painter. So I started painting a lot, and I started living from painting. I still paint, just I don't live of my paintings anymore. But it's very important to materialize your designs, otherwise you go nowhere. Okay, so here, let's adapt. So here I'm already making the hair, and yeah, this one is a bit okay. Okay, so we have this. So yeah, there's a lot of yeah, I've made dozens of designs for me. I have a jewelry brand, but actually it's funny because my brand is more. I have a registered jewelry brand, and I'm an established jeweler. Actually, my taxes, I pay my taxes as a jeweler. So I'm an established jeweler, and I've made hundreds of designs and thousands of designs in jewels. Well, for me, especially for me, dozens. And actually, I have to make new ones this year because times are changing, so I need to update the jewels I wear. So I make jewels for myself, and I've made many already. But the funny part is I don't wear jewelry. I don't wear much jewelry anymore. When I was younger, I used to wear more jewelry. Because want it or not, the jewels are a bit, well, like if you use the keyboard, very often the rings are a bit annoying to use a keyboard, honestly. Let's be realistic. Let's be a realistic jewelry user and jeweler for a second. It's not the most practical thing to wear when you're using a keyboard. And actually, that's why many women also, the jewelry business is generally in decline around the world, because women are working. And and like I said, it's a cliche, but it's true. When you work, you need to be free of burdens, and like it or not, jewelry is a bit, it's a form of burden somehow. If you want to talk about practicality. So obviously, as a jewelry designer, I should never say that. But it's because I've read many articles about that specific problem of the jewelry business. Women are starting to use less and less and less jewelry because they work all the time. And if you work at the office, you don't want to be wearing fancy jewelry. It's not practical. It's, you can't really be using like the keyboard very comfortably if you're wearing jewels. So yes, the jewelry business is in decline. So long for well, so maybe now man should stop working. No, actually I should find myself a sugar mama and start working that much and start using more jewelry. And that's it. That's maybe what men should do now. We should say, woman, we've worked for so many years now that it's your turn, ladies. You go to you go to you go to the office, etc., etc. Well, they already do. They already asked for that decades ago. So, well, that's what you want. That's what you get. Not a problem here. But that's a fact. It's, the numbers are here. Women are starting to use less and less, well, less and less expensive jewelry and less complex jewelry. They still use simple jewelry to go to the office. A small earring, some small earrings, some small pendant, a small ring here and there, maybe the engagement ring, and that's it. No more necklaces and things like that. So I find that a bit sad as a jewelry designer, as a jeweler. I find that a bit sad, obviously, because it's my job and it's my business. But things come and go. They really come and go. So things will come back. Things will change back again, because that's how life goes. Life is a funny thing. Okay, so now we're working on the hair, but the thing is that, oh man, I've been here a long time. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to make a couple of hairs here and there. That's pretty. But I'm going to be ending this. How long? 4 hours. 4 hours. Wow. That's too much. That's too much. So for me, it's time to eat. It's time to eat some. So I hope you had a great time following this stream. Thanks for subscribing. Thanks for supporting my channel, buying my assets on the Blender market. I'm starting to have quite a nice collection of assets there on the Blender market. And thanks for enjoying my tutorials. Share my channel with your friends, your family, your colleagues. And well, for today, I've been here 4 hours, but we had very nice questions today. It was I hope you had a lot of fun too. I had a lot of fun, and also, well, it's not finished, but it's mostly finished. Now I still have to make all the beards and hair, but it's like around the tail and there and finish the tail. This is finished at 85% maybe. And well, I still have to make the entire ring. It's a pretty complex ring. And well, anyway, so I hope you had a lot of fun in today. Thanks for joining. Thanks for joining. And take care. And see you soon. So this is the end of the stream of today of the Heraldic Lion. I had a lot of questions, so today I talked a bit more than some other times. I'm also used to talk that much, but not all the time. So it was pretty good this time to be answering more questions. And well, yeah, 4 hours. So yeah. Okay, well, let's go to the channel for the last question. Let's go to my channel because I have hundreds of videos. So let's go in order. Ring. So ring. Well, this one is basic. This one, well, this one is a bit more advanced. The Huron ring. This one is amazing. There's this one, the Huron ring. Then there's the gold. The rose ring is pretty good. So there's already 3. Then there's this white cream ring, pretty good. This one is pretty nice. This one is pretty general. The cocktail ring. This one, Masters at Work. So see, I have many videos about rings. Or this one also is pretty simple, but I would say that this one is more interesting. The cocktail ring, the Masters at Work 3D jewelry cocktail ring. This one is more original, the pentagonal ring. This one has a lot of success. This was a live event of Blender Day 22 or 21, I don't remember. And this one, which is the most famous one, but this one is very simple. The 3D gold ring, the diamond ring is fun. It's fun. It's very fast. But then the cocktail. Okay, so thanks for joining. Thanks for all your questions. Take care. See you soon. Take care. Bye-bye.